jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back
Once again, you're tuned in to World Combat Sports. Big salute to the supporters. Those of you that support the channel, rock with the channel, donate to the channel is much appreciated. Fight weekend as always, man. You know, this live right here is pretty much, we're going to highlight the multiple striking system of mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? We're highlighting the promotional card, which is the UFC 276. UFC 276, one of the premier, mixed martial arts promotions that's out here that has grown since the 90s and to something that's just, almost bigger than mixed martial arts. But we all know the company was sold for like $4 billion back in the day, keeping some, familiar faces in place. But what we can say about the UFC, Bellator, PFL, Invicta, these are areas where we look to tune in to mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? These are the areas. These are the promotions. You know what I'm saying? We look forward to Bellator. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like Bellator is a neighbor to the UFC. It's not considered to be on the same scale, but it is. You know what I'm saying? They have grown. They have put on some amazing fights, and it's not too much of a gap from Bellator to the UFC. It's just a how you put it? It's almost like, the fighters are choosing where they want to fight at. Of course, they want to fight on the highest platform. Mixed martial arts is not as saturated as boxing. You know what I'm saying? Each promotion has their own set of belts. You know what I'm saying? They have their own belt system. Their rounds are different. Their weight divisions are different, right? A featherweight in boxing is 126, but a featherweight in mixed martial arts is 145 pounds. You know what I'm saying? A middleweight in mixed martial arts is 185. A middleweight in boxing is 160. Can you see the big difference in that? Like, it's incredible. Light heavyweight is 175 in boxing. And mixed martial arts is 205. It's crazy. But hey, we have UFC 276 on deck with it. Once again, you know what I'm saying? It's always good to talk about MMA, especially when you have a pretty good card that's on deck. And one thing I need to highlight, right, to educate the listeners on mixed martial arts. What I like most about mixed martial arts is, first of all, their attitude. When I say attitude, I'm talking about the matchmakers of mixed martial arts, because you have older athletes that's still able to compete and make money. You know what I'm saying? Make good money competing as long as they're competitive. You know what I'm saying? You can be in your 30s and still compete and pick up a nice check in mixed martial arts. You can either, be in a fight where they give you a bonus for fight of the night, you know what I'm saying? Sub of the night, whatever bonuses that they have on deck. It allows the fighters to get that 50 extra thousand, which is huge, you know? um, the fighter's kit used to be Reebok. Okay. If I take you back a little bit, these fighters used to be able to collectively have sponsors outside of the promotion. Okay. And that was all along when the promotion was trying to basically become more organized. In the midst of tighten up the structuring of mixed martial arts, the UFC said, you know what? We're going to get a fighter's kit so everybody can have on the same gear. So what that did was they put them on a tier on how long they was at UFC and so forth. They get a basic pay out of that, and then the pay that they was going to receive for the fight, and so on. Well, what it did was restrict them from having any exterior sponsorship to make money off of. If you remember back in the day, they used to be able to throw the banner over the top of the cage and have all their sponsors. I used to love that shit. I used to love seeing the banner over there, they picture all the sponsors. Fighters was getting paid. Just think about the pandemic. If these fighters would have had those outside sponsors, they definitely would have been making a lot more money during the pandemic when when a lot of states were shut down. You know what I'm saying? So now it's changed from Reebok to Venom. And to be honest with you, I don't know the exact pay raise, the tier metric that they go off of. But yeah, they no longer with Reebok for the fighter's kit. They with Venom. All right. So this weekend we have UFC 276. All right. We have a fight card where we have some familiar faces on here. I'm going to start. Let me start. First of all, let me make mention of this early about. Let me see if they took it down yet. I think they already removed it. Cool. Misha Tate was on there. You know what I'm saying? Misha Tate was on there, and that fight somehow fell through. But Jessica I and Macy Barber, you know what I'm saying? Jessica I and Macy Barber, man. They back at it. Jessica I is 15-10. This is going to be the women's flyweight. It's going to be contending at 125 pounds. And Macy Barber, she's has a record of 10 victories and 2 defeats. Next, moving up the ladder, you have the UFC veteran Uriah Hall, man, going in there against another familiar name, Andre Muniz. Uriah Hall is 17-10, and Muniz is 22-4. Just like I was telling you, mixed martial arts, you can have double-digit losses and still get fights. Not so much in boxing unless it's on the lower tier. These are fighters who are fighting at the premier promotion. You know what I'm saying? I know it changes a little bit when you say, okay, is so-and-so fighting on TV or not? It don't matter. It doesn't matter because they still getting fights. They don't have to be in a full 8-week training camp for every fight, like boxing. You know what I'm saying? And some boxers are not even in a full 8-week training camp. But one thing I like about the how they recycle their fighters is giving them opportunity to make money and also improve their skills and work their way back into a title fight if that's their goal. You know what I'm saying? That's the good shit about it. Next is Brad Tavares, man. Man, I've known Brad for quite some time. No fighting in the UFC. He's been in there with the best. He's been in there with the Israel Adesanya, the current reigning defending champ. He's going in there against Dricus du Plessis. I like the name. He's trying to establish himself. You have a lot of up and newcomers that's up here. Dricus is 16-2. Tavares is 19-6. The next fight is two names that's also trying to establish their identity in the UFC. Ian Gary and Gabe Green. Ian is 9-0, undefeated, and Gabe is 11-3. One important part about undefeated records, it looks good, but if you look at the individuals, the fighters that's competing, there's not many undefeated records in mixed martial arts. The one true undefeated record I would say is John Jones, even though he has one blemish to his registry. I would say that, just because he was disqualified when he was fighting Matt Hamill, just from a 12-6 elbow, he's truly undefeated. Like no fighter has been able to defeat John Jones. And a lot of people consider him the GOAT of mixed martial arts, man. One fight I'm looking forward to, I'll get back to that. Next is Donald Cowboy Cerrone and Jim Miller. They fought before, and I believe that Jim Miller lost that fight. Cowboy Cerrone defeated him several years earlier. But Cowboy Cerrone is 36-16. Jim Miller is 34-16. They damn near have similar records, people. They both have 16 losses. But I can guarantee you, when people see Donald Cowboy Cerrone in person, man, they treat this man with the utmost respect. They call him a legend. They look at him like, damn, he can fight his ass off. Plus, he's an adrenaline junkie. The same with Jim Miller. Jim Miller's been in there with some of everybody you can name. Some of everybody. You know what I'm saying? If you look back at his fight with Nate Diaz and how he was putting that guillotine choke in his tongue, he had his mouth open and somehow his tongue was stuck in between his teeth. And if Diaz would have held on to that choke, it could have potentially, severed his tongue. You know what I'm saying? But he had to tap because he just got caught. He got caught in the trap. He had his mouth open. He was trying to get up out. He was trying to defend a submission, and he wasn't able to do it. And his tongue, was caught in between his teeth when he applied more pressure to that choke, and there was nothing he can do. It's no which way that he could have got out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me come back to that. Donald Cowboy Cerrone and Jim Miller. Shout out to the ones that's in the chat. Velocity Cuts, what's good? Tone Brown, salute to you. Y'all hit the like button if you're in the building. Next is Brad Riddle, man, and Jalen Turner. Of course, I tell you, they contended in the lightweight division, a division that was previously ruled by Khabib Nurmagomedov, who's now retired. And he's created his own fight company, Eagle FC, I believe. So, it's a new face up there. And we're going to get to that. It's a new face reigning at 155. They call him Charles Oliveira. And these guys are hoping to someday get that spot. Brad Riddle and Jalen Turner. Brad is sitting at 10-2. Jalen is 12-5. A fight I'm looking forward to is Pedro Munoz, man, contending at bantamweight, 135. He's facing another very popular name in Sean O'Malley. Sean has been very colorful. He come in there with the hair, color, tattoos, very colorful, tall, lanky fighter. And he's just had his ups and downs. He's had to endure injuries and everything. And, he's just trying to get back on a consistent track where he can keep on climbing that ladder to the top. It's going to be a tough fight tonight. Him and Pedro Munoz. Pedro Munoz is no joke, man. This is going to be a tough fight for Sean O'Malley. Munoz has had his losses, but he is an absolutely solid, tough, durable fighter, man. And I don't see Sean O'Malley running through him. I don't see it. I don't see it. And O'Malley only has one loss, right? But that doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? He's steadily trying to increase his competition. Pedro Munoz is ranked number 11, Deshaun O'Malley number 12. Now, I'm gonna tell you how the system works. Munoz can be ranked at number 11 because he stepped up to much more quality opposition, and he hasn't got the job done. He may have took a loss or two. Whereas Sean O'Malley, he's been trying to work himself into that, where he can, improve his ranking within that weight class of bantamweight of 135. So we'll see how that play out. Brian Barberina, he's 17-8. This fight will be contending at 170 pounds, which is welterweight. Previously ruled by Tyron Woodley, and then succeeded by Kamaru Usman, who is the current reigning defending, and he's going for his sixth defense, I believe, coming up with Leon Edwards. We're going to get to that. But Brian Barberina against Robbie Lawler. Oh, my goodness. Robbie Lawler is 29-15. If y'all don't know, man, Robbie Lawler had that fight with Rory McDonald, man. That's one of the most brutal crimson fights that you will ever see with your eyes. I always say to myself, Rory hasn't been the same since. I will go on record to say I don't think Robbie is the same. There's a lot that's going on with Robbie that he has to continue to enter that cage and fight. He's been in some rough fights. Like even when he fought Tyron Woodley, he was knocked out in the first round. He's a vet, man. Robbie Lawler is truly one of those legends that they would call in mixed martial arts, because he's sitting at 29-15. He's been in there with some of the biggest names you can imagine. He defeated John Hendricks for the title back in the day. So he's ruled as champion until Tyron Woodley took it away. I just don't know if him and Rory, the damage they received and inflicted upon each other, I don't know how good they're going to be once they retire, because Rory McDonald has, and he ended up leaving the UFC and went over to Bellator, but that was a brutal fight. Real talk. That was a brutal fight. Check it out if you can find it on YouTube, check out Robbie Lawler against Rory McDonald. That was a brutal fight right there. Moving on. A lot of people are buzzing about Sean Strickland. He's 25-3. He's contending in the middleweight division. He's going against Alex Pereira. Okay, Pereira is, a Brazilian fighter, which is 5-1. You probably say to yourself, he's just starting off. But the one thing about him, he's a former kickboxer who's transitioned over to mixed martial arts like a lot of fighters. His fame, though, is defeating Adesanya the first time they met in kickboxing, and the second time they met, he knocked him out with a left hook. This man had a lot of hype. He has a lot of hype right now. They're trying to build up this fight. They're hoping that Alex Pereira continues to win, and they can link up a fight between the current reigning champion, Israel Adesanya, and Alex. That's what they're hoping for. They always want to try to build up this rivalry. Like they had the Robert Whittaker to step in. He ended up losing twice. They had Marvin Vettori. Okay, they had Paulo Costa. They've had some people that come through, man. You know what I'm saying? You had Yoel Romero. You had the people come in, man. Kevin Gastelum. Goddamn, Israel Adesanya been in there with the who's who, and he's still reigning defending. He's not undefeated no more, because he stepped up and he tried to dare to be great to light heavyweight, and Juan Blachowicz was just too much for him. But Alex Pereira, man, I hope he keeps winning so we can see this fight, because just because it happened the way it did in kickboxing doesn't mean that Pereira has enough experience in the cage to go in there and defeat Adesanya. But he does have a win over him, two of them in kickboxing. You know what I'm saying? The second one, he knocked him out with a left hook, cold, stretched him out. But since coming to the UFC, Israel Adesanya, he didn't have no losses for a long period of time until he stepped up and he fought Juan Blachowicz at light heavyweight. Real talk. Sean Strickland has a tough fight on his hand. But make no mistake about it, he's a damn good striker, very tough. And this should be a very good fight. It depends on what strategy. You know, Strickland, he loves talking to his opponent. You know, just like Kevin Holland. He loved talking shit to his opponent. Not the kind of shit that he's talking down. He's like, come on, you know, let's throw punches. Let's go at it. You know what I'm saying? You try to knock me out, I'll try to knock you out. That's what Strickland does, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what he does. Lots to cut say, I thought Uriah got dropped by the UFC. Good to hear he's still competing. He did get dropped at one point in time. It's fighters that get dropped and then they come back through. It depends on, you know, what the UFC is looking for, what their quota is for a certain division. I don't know. I'm not the matchmaker, but it's been several fighters who leave the UFC and then return to the UFC. Tone said, Sean Strickland for the upset. His style is all wrong for Pereira. He is too inexperienced at this point in his career. He's getting pushed because he knocked out Adesanya in kickboxing. Absolutely. I agree with that. He's only 5-1. But sometimes, man, we have to think of it like this. He had to be trained in mixed martial arts for a certain period of time. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about a basic, undeveloped striker. Like, one thing he has is striking, his stand-up game, his hands, his legs, his feet, all that. He has all of that. Now you have to just addition a bit more striking skills when it comes to mixed martial arts. He's Brazilian. I'm pretty sure he hasn't went through his whole entire kickboxing career without taking up BJJ. I'm pretty sure he's worked on the mat. I'm pretty sure that dude's experienced in grappling. I don't know how experienced, because grappling has levels on the muddy flats, but we'll see. Sean Strickland takedown offense is amazing. Real talk. You know, his takedown offense, he might talk his shit. You know, he was up there going back and forth with Adesanya, but Strickland is solid when it comes to his striking game. You're not going to just go over there and kick him a couple of times because you was a kickboxer and you know, just overwhelm him. No, I don't think that's going to happen. But y'all keep your eye out for that Sean Strickland, Alex Pereira fight tonight. This is where it gets interesting. We have the co-main event. We have Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway. Volkanovski is 24-1. Max Holloway is 23-6. It was a point in time that Max Holloway, people wouldn't dare even put Alexander Volkanovski's name in the same conversation as Max Holloway. But the one crazy part about it is that Volkanovski has no losses since he's been in the UFC, man. He has no losses. You know what I'm saying? Max Holloway, he does have losses. He has 6 losses. Now, let me explain why that's not so bad. Because Max Holloway came over to the UFC and he's been in there with the Dustin Poiriers. He's been in there with the Jose Aldos. He's been in there with the Alexander Volkanovskis. He's been there. But the one thing about it, when he earned those victories over Jose Aldo, that only meant that he was going to continue to face tough competition. You know what I'm saying? That's what that meant. He was going to continue to face tough competition, and that's exactly what happened. You know, he beat Jose Aldo, had a war with Brian T. City. Shout out to T. City Ortega. You know what I'm saying? Cali, West Coast. and he went in there and fought Dustin Poirier and took a L. Now, the important note about him taking an L against Dustin Poirier is that they fought at 155 for the interim title. That was for them, the winner, to go in there and face Khabib Nurmagomedov, who was the current reigning defending champion at the time. All right? Dustin was just too big. He was a true 155er. He was too big for Max. But Max, man, that was a hell of a fight. If you can watch that, with Max moving up from 145 to 155 to face Dustin, man, that was an entertaining fight. They was absolutely throwing bombs. They was throwing bombs. You're talking about these mixed martial artists contending with 4-ounce gloves, 5 minutes per round, 5 rounds in a fight where you contended for a championship. You know what I'm saying? So he would go on, and he fought another legend that they would say, Frankie the Answer Edgar. At one point in time, Frankie was my favorite fighter, man. For real. This dude was short, had great boxing skills, solid wrestling, and it was entertaining to watch him fight, man. It was very entertaining to watch him fight. I seen him in person. I say, dang, dude is small, but he got some mad hands. Like, he's really educated with those hands. So this is when Max Holloway was stepping there with the challenger. You know what I'm saying? This was back in December 2019, right? He stepped in there with Alexander Volkanovski, a new face, new name, contending for the chip. He had a damn good game plan against a striker in Max Holloway. Volkanovski is solid. Volkanovski all around striking game is A1 in my opinion. Also, he's not a slouch on the ground either. When you first look at him, you're like, okay, how well-rounded is this guy? You know what I'm saying? He proved it against Max Holloway in that first fight. He proved it. He won a unanimous decision. They immediately scheduled that fight for the following year for Max to come back and fight Volkanovski in 2020. He lost a split decision again. I thought Max Holloway won the fight. I thought he beat Volkanovski, but somehow, man, Max, the Hawaiian, Max Bless Holloway wasn't getting that love, man. I don't know what the hell it was. I thought he won the second fight. I thought he won it, but he lost a split decision. Max ran into a situation where, he didn't want to become irrelevant. There's no way. I mean, the dude is just too good. He's just too good of a fighter, man. You know what I'm saying? Max is one of my favorite fighters going right now in the UFC. You know what I'm saying? And he's very tough, got a solid chin. And in all his losses, that I said has been the UFC. He's been subbed in his career, but he ain't been stopped. I'm talking about knocked out. He hasn't. He stepped in there with Calvin Kattar in January 2021. And man, he put on a boxing clinic. Look, it's mixed martial arts, people. For some of these fights, they are just stand-up. Like, they do, sometimes they result in just stand-up striking. They barely go to the clinch. They barely go for level change and try to take them down. Some fighters, they just stay standing. And that's what happened with Max Holloway and Calvin Kattar. Holloway was saying, I'm the best boxer in mixed martial arts. And he was tatting Kattar at will. Whenever he wanted to dial it up, he was just punching in numbers on Calvin Kattar's face, man. It was that freaking easy. He was calling them up. Pop, 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 pop. I mean, it wasn't like Kattar was like just surrendering. It just, he couldn't do anything. Max obviously has been working on his hands, and he looked great. He looked great. So guess what? You coming off 2 losses, right? With Alexander Volkanovski. You get a rising big name in Calvin Kattar. Then after you defeat Calvin Kattar, you have Yair Rodriguez. which Rodriguez, he's considered legit. You know what I'm saying? He only had 2 losses at the time he faced Max Holloway. And Max went in there and defeated him, no problem, and won a unanimous decision. Now he steps in the ring against Alexander Volkanovski again for a trilogy. And you're saying to yourself, look, let WCS finesse you with this, right? So you're saying to yourself, okay, you just said he lost to Alexander Volkanovski twice, though. And his last loss was in 2020. We in July of 2022. So like I always tell y'all, right? What I like about the UFC, they will allow these fighters to return back to the cage, especially if they are previous champion, former champion, or like that. They will allow them a couple opponents to put them right back in title contention. They don't take a whole, crazy several years to put them back. It's like, it depends if you stay healthy. Okay, fight this guy right here. Boom. Let's see how you look with that. Boom. They give him another one. It's okay. We put you back in title contention. We're gonna see what the champ is up to, and then we're gonna link y'all up again. But in this scenario, Max Holloway is down. He's 0-2 against Alexander Volkanovski on paper. But to the fight fans, to the hardcore mixed martial arts fight fans, and the critics and everything else, they was like leaning heavy on Max Holloway winning the rematch. They said, we think he won that shit. So now the UFC come back around and say, yeah, we'll put you back in there for a trilogy, even though you down 0-2 against Volkanovski. So pretty much they say, hey, this is it with the champ for a minute. We'll get you back in there, and they're on the co-main event, man. This is the fight that should be absolutely fireworks leading up to the main event. Alexander Volkanovski, who's 24-1, and Max Holloway, who's 23-6. Volkanovski has not suffered any losses while in the UFC. That's fact. Munoz beats O'Malley as well. Yeah, man, I like Pedro's fighting style, man. He's a tough dude. Sean O'Malley, man. I know all the hippie. It's mad cool. Sean O'Malley seems like he's mad cool, but him moving up in competition, I don't know if it's a lack of weightlifting or something like that, but I don't know, man. He doesn't seem like he's that strong of a fighter. I know he had some foot problems before. I think he should, do a little bit more intense strength and conditioning. But Pedro Munoz is that dude. He's that guy. This is going to be a very intriguing fight, to say the least. That legendary fight absolutely changed both of their careers. It did, man. That fight changed, man. Rory McDonald, man, I like the dude. Very cerebral. Didn't say much, but can fight his ass off, man. And that's what you wanted in a fighter. He didn't say too much, but he go in there and get the job done. And for a minute, he was the man. But that fight with Robbie Lawler, though, Lawler's right upper lip was split damn near up to the bottom, the bottom side of his nose, his right nostril. And they were still banging it like it was blood everywhere, man. It was like Halloween up in there. Shout out to D-Ray Promotions on deck once again. What's good? Say salute, WCS. Salute to you. King Mitch on deck with it. What's good with it, Mitch? Coin flip with the trilogy fight. Yeah, man, it is a coin flip because I'm not going to sit up here and say, well, I like Max Holloway and I like Volkanovski. I really wasn't tuned in to Alexander until I see him fight. I say, this dude's talented. You know what I'm saying? This guy's talented. He can really fight. You know what I'm saying? His hands, he's not wild. It's not too many areas I see that he's weak in. Both of these fighters don't have areas that they completely weak in. Like when Damian Maia came over here, and you're talking about the BJJ world champion, he was weak in his boxing, his stand-up game. He would always try to get close to you, um, like Horace Gracie, right? When they started back in the day, try to get close to you. He'll give a front thigh kick, oblique kick as they call it, and to get you off balance and then shoot in for a takedown. You know what I'm saying? Damian Maya, same thing. Get in close, body lock, clinch, get you takedown, then you in his world, BJJ. And, his name is the backpack, so it's pretty much a wrap. So this is going to be a fight. The co-main event is going to be lit, man. It's going to be lit. I don't know who's going to win. I can't call it. I'm not going to try to call it. But the champion, reigning defendant, is Alexander Volkanovski, and the challenger for a third time is Max Holloway. Moving on to the main event. Very, very interesting. It was a point in time for me that I was counting Israel Adesanya out. You know what I'm saying? I would have thought he took a loss up to this point before he even got a title shot. Seriously, I never thought he was going to get a title shot with Robert Whittaker. I didn't think he was that good. I didn't think he was that good. And he's absolutely just put all that to bed. Like, he's very good. It's just something that's keeping me from being sold on this guy, man. He's truly talented, man. Adesanya has the height, the reach, man. He has the bravado. He has the experience in combat sports. Like I said, a prior kickboxer. And, he came over here and I just felt that, he was just talking just a little bit too much and his skills didn't add up. Hey, bro, the only loss that he has in the UFC is from light heavy. He's absolutely washed any dirt I was trying to put on his name. He's washed that away, man. He's the real deal. Adesanya's the real deal. He's winning there with his idol, so-called, Anderson Silva, even though he was much older. Oh, man, he made Anderson Silva look his age. Seriously. Now he's facing a guy in Jared Cannonier, who used to be, he came in like heavyweight. And for him to drop weight all the way down to middleweight, I mean, if you look at his earlier pictures, he was much more, he had more, I wouldn't say muscle mass, but he had more weight on him. He was soft looking, you know what I'm saying? Kind of soft in the bread basket or whatever. And then now he's at 185 and you can see the picture. The man is basically dropped weight the right way, healthy, and made his way down the middleweight. He's 15-5. You know what I'm saying? And he's in for a tough one. Advantage to the experience goes to Adesanya, of course. Cannonier lost to Robert Whittaker when he had his opportunity. He lost to Robert Whittaker. And early in the career, he lost to Juan Blachowicz when he was fighting at a heavier weight class. He has a loss to Glover Teixeira. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. When he was trying to find his way, man. He had a loss to Glover, Juan Blachowicz, and look, back to back, he went in there and fought Dominique Reyes. The last fight that John Jones fought before he retired. You know what I'm saying? So he took that L to Dominique Reyes and had some wins with David Branch, Anderson Silva, Jack Hermanson, picking up those wins. Then Robert Whittaker took a L. He defeated Kevin Gastelum and defeated Derek Bronson. So now, he's back and he's fighting the man. You know what I'm saying? He's getting his opportunity to fight the man once again. And this is absent of Khabib Nurmagomedov. You know what I'm saying? This is absent of Anderson Silva. This is absent of some of the big time heavyweights. I mean middleweights back in the day. You have some of those guys that was reigning back then when Adesanya came on deck. And they have all but, they ain't left the UFC. Even Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, gone. Let me see who else. TJ Dillashaw is back though. Dominic Cruz, he's still, you know what I'm saying? He's still around. He's still around here and there. He's injury plagued. So, and then of course you had Jose Aldo, you had Conor McGregor. You had the Max Holloways, the Alexander Volkanovskis at featherweight division. And then at lightweight, of course, you had Conor McGregor at one point in time. And then came Khabib Nurmagomedov, the changing of the guard. So yeah, this fight right here is definitely going to be tough for Cannonier. I want to see how he handles the range, and the punch and kick effect that Adesanya came over here with from kickboxing. He has that kickboxing background. Cannonier has the strength. He has the dang punching ability. He does have knockout power. But with Adesanya, you have to definitely get in close. He know how to distance gauge very, very well, man. He's very schooled to that point. He's a dynamic striker, and a big part of me saying that I don't know if Cannonier can get inside that umbrella and make it rain on Adesanya's head. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he can do that. I don't know if he can bring the thunder and lightning to Adesanya because his range is so long, man. And he knows how to use it well. And this dude is confident in himself. So that's going to be the main event tonight at UFC 276. This is going to be the main event. If you're looking at Adesanya, right? Jared Cannonier is about 38 years old and Adesanya is 32. You know what I'm saying? So you have a 6-year age difference going on there. His shit is well documented. The Africans has been running shit in many divisions. You had Francis Ngannou. You had Israel Adesanya, Kamaru Usman. You know what I'm saying? So when I see this in mixed martial arts, I'm saying, well, they can't pull out the race card because black fighters have had the opportunity to fight over here in mixed martial arts. It's not as technical as boxing. You know what I'm saying? They give you the opportunity to fight. They've gave DC the opportunity to fight. They've gave Rashad Evans, Rampage Jackson, Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, Aljamain Sterling. They gave you the opportunity, and I can go all the way back to black fighters that used to fight back in the day. It's different over here in mixed martial arts. You can get the title shot. They'll put you in there. You get it done. You know what I'm saying? You get it done. You'll find yourself in title contention and stepping through that cage for a title shot. It don't have to take you freaking 15 years. You know what I'm saying? If they allow you into the organization, they're going to put you in there with opponents in that promotion, and that's the way it's going to be, people. It doesn't get any more simpler than that. I want Regis to get another shot too, but he knows Top Rank will put their guys in place. So this is going to be the UFC card, UFC 276 tonight. I may still be on at that time. I'm not sure. To be honest, I might still be on. It's according to how the flow is on the live chat. You know what I'm saying? That's all. But okay, let's talk about quickly the Floyd Mayweather situation. I know I have a lot of Floyd Mayweather fans on here. And I'm not going to go deep down in the barrel of information and pull out the archives that I have, right? But I already gave you the rundown on how Conor McGregor rose to fame, how he defeated Dennis Silver, how he went up there and knocked out Jose Aldo, went up to freaking welterweight, fought twice, 1-1 with Nate Diaz, came back down for Eddie Alvarez at 155 and knocked him out and became the first champ. Okay? That will ultimately set up the fight between him and Floyd Mayweather. What's so epic about this, people, is let me show you this. This is what's so epic about this fight. This is what is epic about this. This particular fight between Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor, who's an 0-0 boxer, was able to pull in those numbers. You know what I mean? 5.17 million. This happened back in 2017. This was Floyd Mayweather's last fight inside the ring for a sanctioned boxing match. Incredible. Conor McGregor was able to the trash talk his way on the coattail of Ronda Rousey and get people's attention to the point where mixed martial arts linked up with boxing, and Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor was able to sell a fight to the boxing fans to charge you $100 PPV. That fight went off. Floyd carried into the 10th round before he stopped him. And now it brings us to this point right here. They're trying to do it again. They're trying to do it again, y'all. Now, some things have transpired during this time. Conor McGregor finally returned back to the UFC. He lost to Khabib Nurmagomedov viciously via 4th round submission. And then that's when Khabib hopped the gate. First of all, what was going down inside the cage was, a part of Conor McGregor's team sought to put hands on Khabib Nurmagomedov. Now, the back history between their beef is the fact that, Khabib, Khabib and his team somewhat had a sunning moment with Adam Lobov, a fighter that Conor McGregor, at that point in time, I don't know if they're still good friends or not, but they're really good friends. And Khabib and his team had a sunning moment when they talked to him and blah, 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 blah. And Conor McGregor just fucking lost it. He showed up to MSG with his goons. And, Conor threw a freaking metal dolly at the van, injuring some fighters on there. That will lead to the fight. I mean, that shit was wicked. Like the disrespect that went on during this build-up with Conor McGregor. Giving that man proper 12 whiskey when it's against his religion, talking about his wife. Conor McGregor went through the deepest of deep. Like the shit that happened with Floyd Mayweather build-up, I don't think it was as personal as this right here. But Conor McGregor did everything he possibly could to get in Khabib's head. And Khabib ended up beating him by a 4th round sub. Khabib was the man at the time. But when Conor McGregor went over here to face Floyd Mayweather, he was the champ. He was reigning defending champ at 145, 155 pounds. So when Khabib ended up subbing him out, Conor, gave this thing to the people where blah, 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 talk this shit. People, it was crazy. Conor would lose. And people would still, give him praise and shit, even after the brawl took place. Khabib beat him. And Dillian Daniels was out there talking mad shit. Khabib threw his mouthpiece at the gate. And before you know it, the eagle was in the air. Khabib went out there. He didn't give a fuck, man. Khabib say, let me go get this little punk that's running his mouth. And then Khabib's brother, I believe, tried to jump the fence and Conor, punched him or something. And they was fine. Conor McGregor somehow got the lowest of the deal. After all that bullshit, Dana never took any damn repercussions against Conor for throwing that dolly at the truck. But they're going to fine Khabib Nurmagomedov for jumping over the gate. I heard he got fined like $500,000. That shit was crazy. I heard he got fined like $500,000. But anyway, Moving on. Conor McGregor would go on to lose twice to Dustin Poirier, a fighter that he fought early several years ago, and he beat him. Dustin Poirier is one of those fighters who tried aimlessly to get a title shot. The closest he's came when he fought Max Holloway for the interim lightweight world championship. Besides that, man, he's been in there with the big names. He just can't get it done. But he was able to defeat Conor McGregor, though. So now, somehow, some way, it's out in the headlines that Floyd is offering Conor McGregor $160 million for a fight in 2023. $160 million, and of course, it's going to be over in it's going to be overseas. It's going to be in a foreign country. You know what I'm saying? That shit is wild, ain't it? Like, I don't blame Floyd for, pulling Conor McGregor back into it and making some more money, because it just seems like they know they have to step outside the U.S. now. This shit is not going to be the way it used to be, where you can, have it in Vegas or whatever and charge people $115 for PPV. It's not going to happen. So they're going to go over there where the liquid money is at. And Floyd somehow, some way is keeping that line of communication open. Over in Japan, you know what I'm saying? He was just over there in Dubai. He's working his magic, man, and making money. I don't know how good people are going to tune in for this boxing match, because Conor McGregor just haven't looked the same like the first time he did when he stepped in there with Floyd Mayweather. So that's all I got on that. We'll see how that plays out, man. But that's where we at with it. This $160 million, this flyer is pretty much floating around. I'm not saying anything is like they have a date that's set in stone, because the offer Conor McGregor, whose stock has went up though. Even in his losses, Conor McGregor's stock has went up because he has a proper 12 endorsement. He's a millionaire. Like, he's making crazy money. He's a freaking a UFC legend. All that shit. So we'll see how it goes down, man. Mister, I want Regis to get another shot too. Okay, let's talk about that, right? So if you look on my YouTube, in the description, Regis calls out no title shot. Okay, let me take this shit down with Floyd. So Regis is feeling some type of way about not getting a title shot, saying that Josh Taylor had his belt when he stepped in there and fought Jose Ramirez. You know what I'm saying? He had Regis' belt. He picked it up at the WBSS, World Boxing Super Series, right? And I even said this on my live. I say, man, Regis have not even been spoken on about coming back and fighting Josh Taylor. Why is that? Why? I seen Regis down here fighting Triller, Ivan Redkach. That turned into a freaking debacle, because he tried to pull the Amir Khan syndrome, and he's trying to say, oh my God, Regis hit me down low. Oh my God, somebody give me some help. And the replay clearly showed it was nowhere even close. Nowhere even close. And then he went and fought this other dude, got paid well. So I'm like, okay, I'm hearing that Josh Taylor, the WBA belt comes out. The WBA, boom. Done. He don't have it no more. And then I'm hearing the WBC belt. And then I'm hearing all these other names. They talking about Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall. What the fuck? Just because they gifted you a fight that a lot of us thought you lost, you're going to give him another shot? It's boxing, ain't it? Boxing do some shit like that. So when the WBA and the WBC became hitchhikers in the freaking junior welterweight division, I thought for sure Regis Prograis is going to be one of those names that pull up on the scene and get a shot at one of those straps. But they have Jose Cepeda. Like, what? And Jose Ramirez? You're going to give Jose Ramirez, who's a former unified champion, You're gonna give him a shot. You're gonna give Cepeda a shot, and not Regis. I mean, what's going on with Regis? He signed with Probellum. I thought he was on the move, man. I thought within your contract they say you was gonna get a title shot. Like, okay, are they just saying, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit more time. We're gonna get these guys out the way, and you'll fight the winner. I don't know, but he's been on social media feeling some type of way, and he should. And I truly believe that he should be the name that's on the flyer. No, you know what I'm saying? Nobody else, man. Regis should be that name, first consideration, first draft, first round draft. Regis should have been that guy. But it's boxing though, man. Max got to stop him like Triple G got to stop Redhead. He got to stop him, outpoint him. You know, I just can't say he has to stop a guy like Volkanovski who isn't getting stopped. Alexander on deck was good with it. Once again, appreciate the donation, my brother, the other night. Thank you. Much appreciated. Miss say Regis ranked number 3 on WBC website. Jack Catterall ranked 4. Lobby for an eliminator fight. Look, when he signed with Probellum, why do he has the lobby? He is a former champion at junior welterweight. Why does he have to lobby? He's fought in the World Boxing Super Series against the former undisputed junior welterweight champion. Why would he have to lobby for anything? Why would he have to lobby for anything, man? That's Rougarou. That man haven't lost again since Josh Taylor. Regis would have to earn a mandatory position for the WBC. Top rank would get Tio a title fight in the near future for sure. He already ranked 7 without lacing up gloves in the division. Well, also Teofimo, even though it doesn't matter when you talk about the transparency of moving from 35 to 40, and Teofimo should have seniority moving up there. You know how it goes, man. He didn't come up there with any belts, but yet he was, the former lightweight undisputed. So they're gonna give him a little bit of leverage moving up there to junior welterweight. You know what I'm saying? Because he's still a top name. I'm telling you, Teofimo Lopez is still a top name. They just wait for him to get back in there after his first loss and get him back into the limelight. That's all it is, man. I'm telling you, he's gonna be a champion at 140. Teofimo is going to be a champion at 140 quicker than people think. Quicker than people think. And then, on top of that, depending on what Devin Haney has going on, and that's another subject that I want to get into about him potentially dropping the belts. You know what I'm saying? But yet, nobody's talking about Josh Taylor dropping the belts. He's just doing what the hell he want to do. He's getting rid of the ones that cost the most. You know what I'm saying? God damn. My bad. Tio is ranked number 6. Man, Tio is going to be right back in the picture. Watch what I tell you. He's going to be there. He's going to be right back in the picture real soon. All he has to do is come in there and get another win. He's going to be right back in the pictures. Regis versus Subriel Matias. Make it happen. Hey, man, that's a great fight. Matias, oh my goodness. Dude is a problem. Dude is a problem. I knew when he stepped in there with my guy, Malik Hawkins, the Iceman, I knew that was going to be an issue. It was tough for me to watch when he was in there with Maxim Delashev. Oh my God. It was just, oh man, I'm looking at that fight. I said, oh man, this dude is in trouble. Buddy McGirt was telling this fighter, man, I got to stop the fight. You're just taking too much damage. And then, Matias ended up taking an L after that. And from what I heard from, talking to some people face to face is that, he had a lot on his mind about that death. You know what I'm saying? He had a lot on his mind about that Maxim Delashev passing. He did. But man, make no mistake about it. That's a damn good fight right there. Rougarou against Matias. Oh my God, that's a damn good fight. That's a damn good fight, man. Subriel ranked A. That fight ain't getting Regis a title shot. I'm here for the fight if it happens. I don't know why they just like Matias is that dude. You know what I'm saying? He's a quality fighter, man. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for him to get up to the doorstep, and they give him that title shot. But I don't know, man. 140 right now is pretty hot. You know, especially with T.O.'s moving up there. You got Jose Zepeda, of course. You know the champ, Josh Taylor, who, you know what I'm saying, he might end up like Carl Frampton did against Jamel Herring. You know, I mean, he was up here lying to us, talking about he was going to move up to 47, and that's not the case. You got Gary Antoine Russell. I thought he would be getting a title shot, but once they released that IBF and WBO title, who knows? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? You got Elvis Rodriguez. Once upon a time, they had high hope, big dreams for Elvis Rodriguez. He took that L, you know, and people have been talking about him, not too much. Dana definitely favors McGregor. Let me tell y'all the scoop about why Dana White favors McGregor, right? The reason is that he made the company money. When Dana asked Conor McGregor to step in with certain fights that was going on, Conor said, okay, cool, I'll do it. I'll do it, no problem. I'll step in that fight. I'll do it. The fact that he wanted to move up to welterweight and fight Nate Diaz, he's never fought at that weight in the UFC at all. Not that high. You're talking about things that the Charlo brothers complain about. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about a guy who went from 145. Imagine this now. Imagine you having a welterweight move damn near up to super middle light heavy. He went from 145 to 170. Conor McGregor. So being that the UFC was able to make a bag off Conor McGregor on several occasions, also with Conor McGregor, that's where the loyalty comes into play with Dana White. Because Conor McGregor was able to, you know, provide some financial means for the company. He stepped into some fights where they needed him and he didn't turn it down. He said, okay, cool. We can do that. I'll do it. No problem. And then in turn, you know, he ended up locking in one of the highest grossing boxing matches from a fighter who's considered the best of this era to one of the mixed martial artists who at one point in time was considered the great of this era. They met in the boxing ring and the shit was crazy. Man, shout out to Get This Smoke on deck. What's good with it, Smoke? IB said, I'll salute WCS. I'm effing with the UFC 276 tonight. Yeah, I am too, man. I got to tune in for that. Zepeda versus Ramirez rematch, long overdue. Yeah, it can be long overdue, but you trying to tell me that, you know, Zepeda going all out war with Baranchik is, you know, one of those deals where you should overlook Regis Prograis? Like, Regis Prograis had a damn good fight with Josh Taylor, though. No recognition should be taken in consideration. We should strike that for being admissible. I'm just saying, bro. T.O. Undisputed? No, man, I ain't buying it. I do. I already told y'all why. I buy it. The fact, look, I told y'all, look, Smoke, I'm a disprove where you going with this, because I was the one that was putting it out when T.O. picked up the straps, all the straps on Teofimo Lopez. I'll prove what I was saying about the franchise era. What happened when Devin Haney earned the belts? What happened? What did they do? They put Teofimo Lopez and George Kambosos on the dang undisputed list with the 4-belt era. Did I not tell y'all that when it came down to what Mauricio Suleiman was pushing with the franchise belt, that the value that he was giving it, the superiority that he was getting it, and how he was trying to create this subordinate belt that Devin Haney had. He was trying to make it, that it was going to be considered a part of Undisputed. And look what happened. They had to wait till Devin Haney come up here, scoop up all the belts to put all three of them on the dang Undisputed list. All three of them. Teofimo, George Kambosos, and Devin Haney. I told you all this shit was going to be a part of boxing history. I said it. I don't come up here all the time and say, I got to be first. But if you have the president of the WBC implementing change, he said we're moving from tradition to innovation. Once he told you that shit, and I told y'all that year that he was going to insert another belt into a division. Where did it go? Superfly. I told y'all that shit, man. T.O. was undisputed, whether people like it or not. Kambosos was undisputed. Devin's undisputed. All because Mauricio Suleiman in the lightweight division has had multiple franchise champions. A total of 4 franchise champions from Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez, George Kambosos, and Devin Haney. And you think that belt is going somewhere? That belt ain't going no goddamn where. That belt ain't going no damn where, dog. IB said Regis versus Gary Antoine Russell. Listen, that would be crazy, man. That would be crazy, You're talking about Gary Antoine Russell's is with PBC and Regis Prograis with Probellum. That would be a crazy ass fight. He has something already. He has Rance Bartholomew. So, he has a tough fight already. Bartholomew is no joke, man. He's no slouch. So we got to see how Antoine Russell looks in this Bartholomew fight before we even talk about him stepping in there with Regis, because Regis is a dog, man. I'm not saying Antoine isn't. I'm just saying this is a former WBA champion now. Plenty of smoke for Regis when he was at PBC. Let me see if they own yet. Hold on for a second. See, I didn't see. I just was able to get to the channel, whatever. But if someone scored an armbar in 25 seconds, of course, it's on the prelims, IB. If anybody is scoring an armbar in mixed martial arts in 25 seconds, that means, just like it is in boxing, you have knockouts that happen in under a minute and shit like that. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, on the prelims. And, it's just not like UFC is finding these fighters in a lab. You have some fighters that's okay. You know what I'm saying? They have some fighters that's just okay. But for somebody to armbar a fighter in that amount of time, that's wild, because the sport has evolved. You know what I'm saying? But back to Regis, man. I really hope that, looking at let me pull up something right quick. Let me pull up something. I want to take a gander at £140 division. Jose Zepeda in the WBC sanctioned body is number 1. Then Jose Ramirez and Regis Prograis. Then Jack Catterall, and sealing up the number 5 is Sander Martin. And then you got Bartor Akhmedov, Alberto Puello, Ismael Barroso, O'Hara, Davides, and Sander Martin. Damn, Regis, I don't know why he's so low on this joint, right? He hasn't lost like that since Josh Taylor. Damn, this dude is number 3 in the WBC, number 6 in the WBA, number 5 in the IBF, and number 6 in the WBO. That's crazy, dog. Teofimo Lopez is ranked higher than Regis in the WBO. Very interesting. Teofimo Lopez is also ranked number 7 in the IBF, 2 slots behind Regis Prograis. They have Teo ranked in all sanctioned bodies. Interesting. He's ranked number 8 in the WBA. Let me see about the WBC. He's ranked number 6. So Teofimo is definitely going to be a champion at 140. You can believe it. He's going to get a shot. Absolutely. He's ranked across the slate, and he's ranked inside the top 10 on every sanctioned body. And that's coming to the division with no belts. You think George Kambosos will come over this motherfucker and be ranked this high? Nah. Let's go down to number 10. Okay, they got Brandon Lee. He's down there. Jeremiah Ponce, Subriel Matias. Got Montana Love sitting at number 8 in the IBF. That's going to be interesting. Jack Catterall is sitting on the back end WBA. So Josh Taylor no longer has a WBC and a WBA, just the IBF and WBO. But he's supposed to be facing Jack Catterall in a rematch sometime soon, right? So Catterall is ranked number 3 in the WBO and number 6 in the IBF. These rankings just don't make it doesn't provide clarity for real. We know that. Shout out to the queen on deck on fight night, man. Monica in the building. What's going on with you? Thanks for pulling up once again. Always good to have you. Smoke says, I just Googled 4-belt undisputed champs. They scrub all mention of Teo or Scambosis. He said Scambosis. Oh, shit. So, the fact that they put that shit on TV. Let me check this site right here on where they at. Somebody must have got on their neck, stood on their shoulders, kicked them in the head. They say, who told y'all to do that shit? But me, I still gonna stick to what I stick to. I still, if they took it down or whatever the case may be, I'm still sticking to what I stick to because it's no way you're gonna erase that from boxing history. It's coming from the president of one of the most coveted organizations, man. They have a governing body attached to that sanctioning body. Yeah, it seems like they have omitted those names, but I did see it on TV. Good shit. Thanks for dropping that info there, Smoke. But like I always say, they might have erased it temporarily, but that information will be back up here, man. No, you had it right the first time. Cambozo. You know what I'm saying? You had it right the first time. Monica says, salute World Combat Sports. Salute to you, Queen. Regis has 3 fights since Taylor lost. Ramirez should be the odd man out, in my opinion. He gets the top ranked love though. And you know that's what it's all about, the promotion, man. You know, Regis signed with Probellum because, you know, I mean, he had to have his people talk to their people and they come up with a resolution. You know, he signed. And within that signing, they say he was gonna get the title shot. I'm wondering, did they have win in parentheses? You know what I'm saying? I wonder, did they have win? When are you gonna get a title shot? Because how can Jose Ramirez come full circle after losing his titles to Josh Taylor and fight Jose Cepeda for the WBC title? It's crazy. That's motherfucking boxing, bro, ain't it? It's motherfucking boxing, man. They use the same needle to inject us each and every time. And you know, they want to bring us up to a high, and then they give you that Norcan. Now bring your ass back down here, goddammit. Facts. And the WBA and the WBC vacant at 140. Don't make any sense, man. It doesn't make any sense, man, that the Regis Prograis is left out. Something else is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like something else is going on. Yeah, Rougarou is definitely New Orleans. He'll tell you that. Absolutely. But one thing I respect about Regis, man, he's a tough, durable fighter. He's legit. Like, he ain't no chump. I mean, he's not that fighter that's lingering around at 140 and people are unsure as to him getting a title shot. He should be getting a title shot, man. He should. Him going on social media like this is not good. Where's your team at? Where's your team at, Rougarou? Come on, bro. You shouldn't be on there tomorrow. Hey, somebody fix this. Somebody please fix this. No, man, it's almost like you pleading for assistance from the community. The community is not where your loyalty should lie. You should get on the phone and call up your people and say, what's going on with this? You know, why am I not being considered for the WBC, WBA? Either one of them I'm good with. Monica say Regis can fight. And he is tough too, and he wants to smoke at 140. He does, man. I mean, if just like it was mentioned earlier, you know, if he does fight like an Antoine Russell, I mean, that would be a very tough fight people tune into. Super Air Matias, absolutely. There's only so many people at 140 that's willing to step in there with Regis, though. There's not many that's lining up to take that. No, it's just not. Only 8 men have held all 4 versions of the belt at the same time. Yeah, I know. I understand those names. Bernard Hopkins, Jermaine Taylor, Terrence Crawford, Alexander Usyk, Canelo Alvarez, Jamel Charlo, and Devin Haney. And once again, in the franchise era, these names will be on there. Teofimo Lopez, George Kambosos, and Devin Haney. Devin Haney, like I said, he cleaned the table. He cleaned the table, everything. So, of course, he's going to go in there the 4-belt era, but he has the franchise belt too. So how are you going to say, okay, I'm not putting Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez, but Devin Haney has the belt too. Devin Haney has the belt too. It may not go in there right now, Smoke, but it's going to be there. I guarantee you. I'm pretty confident in that. And it's not something that I'm really anxious to advocate for either. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that I'm anxious to advocate for. We know who the true 4 belts are. But with anything in boxing, it was a point in time where Undisputed was less than 4 belts. That's why you have these individuals a part of the 4-belt era. So once upon a time, if it was less than 4 belts, and then they decide to include another sanctioning body and bring it to 4 belts. So what's the difference between this? What's the difference between including a franchise belt? What's the difference? Boxing has always went through changes, man. This is no difference. It's gonna happen. I might be on a defibrillator. I mean, not a defibrillator. I might be on a goddamn oxygen tank. when it happens, but it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna goddamn hit Smoke. I'm gonna say, Smoke, I told you, God, I told you that it was gonna be. I told you the franchise is gonna be. I told you. I told you. Now let me get off this goddamn phone and get some rest. I told you, Smoke. I told you. God damn it, my blood pressure high. They finally did it. No sanctioned body can unilaterally declare their title valid for unification. All must unanimously agree. They will. They will. Give it time. You're right. All that, what you're saying, absolutely. All that. They have to unanimously agree. I understand all of that. But they will. They will. Because how does it affect them? The franchise title, look, you're talking about we cannot pretend, Smoke, that a sanctioned body does not exist that provides no mandatories. We can't pretend like that doesn't already exist. What does the WBA have going on? You know what I'm saying? So we have that already exists, right? What's the difference between them agreeing with the WBC to change up their shit for no mandatories? Why is it all of a sudden so different? Boxing has to change. It has to be changes in the sport, man, because there's too many people that's making money on the sport. That's why they always bringing in this belt, that belt, and everything else. The WBC, the franchise belt ain't going nowhere, and they will agree when it's right. They will agree, and I truly believe in 22, they're gonna insert another franchise belt into a division. You know what I'm saying? It might be a lower division, or it might be one of these more popular divisions. You know what I'm saying? That is 140 on up. You know what I'm saying? 140 up to light heavy, something like that. But good shit though. Good knowledge. True. So did Teofimo Lopez. Haney also has the ring belt in addition to the franchise. Franchise era is not a thing other than ducking Mandos. Well, does the WBA has a belt that you don't have to face the Mando? Do they present a belt that the fighter does not have to face the Mando? Does the WBA have that already in place? I'm just saying, do it. Has the WBA had a title where you don't have to face the Mando already? Does the WBC have a WBA regular belt in similarities? Do the WBC has a WBA regular belt? Is there a belt that's similar to the WBA regular belt that the WBC is carrying right now? So if the sanctioned bodies is not in unison, because they're not, what make you think they're not going to all agree on the franchise belt sooner or later? Who agreed on the WBA regular belt? Who did that? Who agreed on that shit? If you know, look, who agreed to even put that in place? And please don't put in the chat that you can't unify with the WBA. I already know that. Okay, I didn't start learning boxing yesterday. I already know that. But somebody had to agree within that sanctioning body to enforce that belt. I'm telling you, if Mauricio Suleiman is enforcing this belt, which holds a higher hierarchy over that WBC, opposite of the WBA regular title, that franchise belt, the WBC franchise title, it's going to be relevant up the road because he holds that as superiority to the WBC title, world title. He's saying that the franchise belt holds a more superior position in the belt system than the coveted WBC. The only way that Mauricio Suleiman is going to be able to get this approved is that it becomes across the board, across the divisions. That's the only way. He just can't have this shit at 160, 135, Superfly. You can't do that. He's gonna have to implement a franchise in every division. If that is to happen, it's gonna fuck up a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna fuck up a lot of shit because now the franchise belt is gonna become one of these belts that fighters are gonna be trying to get a hold to. They're gonna say, I can pretty much do what I want to do. I don't have no mandatories, none of that shit. I'm pretty much be able to do what I want to do. But in order for the sanctioning bodies to be in agreement, I do believe it has to be in more divisions throughout boxing than just where it's at right now. You know, that's what I think. Somebody had to agree on the WBA regular now. Though you can't unify with it, I'm saying somebody had to agree within the WBA to get that shit popping. Mauricio Suleiman considered himself the creme de la creme. So he came out with the franchise belt to protect Canelo Alvarez. And then he allowed Vasyl Lomachenko protection. Either one, he's going to have to wipe it away. And he don't want to do that because it's going to feel like it was a failure. And it's going to go down in part of history now that Teofimo Lopez, Vasyl Lomachenko, and George Kambosos was a part of the franchise era that went away. It's no longer in existence. He went back to the regular format. If he does that, then good on him. If he doesn't, they're going to force him to put that belt across the board in boxing. You can't go wrong with the pick. I favor Tank too, but Regis have the tools to upset Tank. That'd be a good fight too. You know, as much as I say that Tank wouldn't move up and fight Regis, he might move up and fight Regis. But once again, they're going to say, okay, what has Regis done? You know? No more horoscopes for boxing this fine Sunday afternoon and evening. The WBA Super must face the WBA World in 18 months. That's if they stay champion long enough. But one of them in the WBA, somebody had to approve. Somebody had to approve that. Who approved it? You know what I'm saying? Who approved it? And what is 18 months? A lot of these fighters don't even remain champion for 18 months, Smoke. Like that is the biggest, you know, if 18 months is what a WBA super has to face. Come on, dog. 18 months? That's a long ass freaking time to stay champion. That's over a year and a half, bro. Appreciate y'all dropping your comments. Hold on for a split. Had to get my Jessica I and Macy Barbers on deck already. The WBO Super also has to face Mando in 18 months. But see, with the WBC is much shorter. It's according to if you fought for a vacant or you fought a champion. But 18 months, man, a lot of these guys ain't remaining champions like that. And then also you have to consider that Mandos are always pushed to the side. It really doesn't stick to that 18 months. Like we seen that. We seen fighters all the time be Mandos and they just push to the side. They was gonna do Alexander Usyk like that. And a plethora of other fighters. They just push them to the side, man, if they got a bigger fight. But it's good shit, though. You know, talk your shit. The WBA regular can be unified. Remember, Canelo did it with Trout. You cannot unify the 4-belt era titles with the WBA regular smoke. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot take the WBA regular title and unify with the WBC Super, the IBF Super, and the WBO Super. You can't do it. All these have supers. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's trying to say that the franchise is, right? That's just the red tape we got to go through, Smoke, right? Like that's just the clarity we got to get. That's the confusion that the franchise belt is giving us. You know, you want to eliminate, well, pretty much the Devin Haney era. We should call it the Haney era. And when they was trying to, devalue his belt from being a super title, right? And put the franchise in there. But yet the confusion comes into play because across the board, that belt is not implemented. The franchise belt is not implemented across the board. So all these champions that hold the WBC super title, all of a sudden at 135, it's not. It has no value. That's where the discombobulation comes into play, man. It's very confusing administratively on what Mauricio Suleiman attempted to do with Vasil Lomachenko and found himself in a beehive. And he still ain't trying to change it. We got to give it a couple of more months to see what happens now that Devin has all the belts. When if Devin drops the belts or whatever's going on, I don't know. If he vacates the belt, I'm curious to know. It'll be the first time that a franchise belt has been vacated. Who does it go to? I bet y'all didn't think about that, huh? Who does it go to? Is it any way you can fight for the vacant franchise belt? It's some new layers in boxing that's about to happen because Mauricio let this shit go too deep at the lightweight division. And now that you have a fighter who's collected every belt, what happens if he does drop the belt? Are you gonna fake? If you're gonna go through the inception of it all and say, "Oh, the fighter have to request franchise," but first you need to win the WBC title, and then you have to request franchise. That's how we're gonna do that. We're not gonna have two fighters fighting for the vacant franchise title. We're not gonna do that. We have to wait till a fighter becomes a WBC champion, and they have to petition for it. That would basically reinsert the franchise championship at 135. That's if, they come up with all this damn red tape and words and language and all that shit. W says why they don't do a tournament to clear up these belts and have a true champion in each division. Because some people don't want a tournament, man, because you already know who you're facing. When there's a tournament, you're talking about different promotions, but one tournament. You know what I'm saying? So once again, it's some people that's gonna have to agree to that. You know what I'm saying? It's some people gonna have to agree to that. And in boxing, you might have these sanctioning bodies and these promoters and everything and managers working together, but that don't mean they all agree. That doesn't mean they on the same sheet of music. I would definitely love to have a Super 6, a World Boxing Super Series at welterweight, at down super welterweight. Fuck middleweight. Forget that. Leave that shit in the Salvation Army. But at 140, 135. It'll be good to have, a tournament there. They already did one at 140, but the changing of the guard at 47, it'll be good to see that. It'll be damn good, man. Yeah, you saw how I just skipped over that. It's no way that I say when there's no super, because it's not going to be a point where there's no super. You cannot unify the titles with that WBA regular. You can't. You can't do it. What era is that? Find somebody who's did that since that belt has been implemented. If Tank is available and get no real good fights, then why not move up for a challenge? Well, you have to look who's Tank with. It's still speculation, Monica, on if he re-signed. That's the one thing I like about mixed martial arts, man, is that you don't have all this to go through. You know what I'm saying? You just don't have all this, that, and the other. Yeah, these fighters have managers. Like one of the managers over in UFC is Ali Abdullahiz. And they have managers, but the belt system is consolidated under one umbrella, one banner of the UFC, Bellator, PFL. Not all this other stuff that people have to put their hands into. So if Tank want to move up and fight somebody, it's going to give you the same ebb and flow like we getting for Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Like he has to answer to somebody. And by his track record so far, fighting Gamboa for the WBA regular at 135, fight Mario Barrios, it tells me they're not really in a hurry to fight for no big belts. Unless it's something like a Devin Haney who has all the belts. They're not really in a hurry to do anything like that. They don't really care at 140 if they're fighting for the WBC and the WBA now. I mean, they trying to continue to damn move as they move, make money. I don't know what's going on. Like sometimes boxing is so fucking confusing. You know what I'm saying, Monica? So I don't have all the answers because these promoters, managers, and everybody be making their own decisions as to how they move in certain fighters. And, Tank people will laugh at us because they'll say, you know what? Yeah, they have all those belts, but they still being ranked in front of Devin Haney as being the number one lightweight. So what's the criteria? Is it that he's doing PPVs or he has 3 weight divisions? I don't know because it's not consistent. It's not consistent from 135 to 147. It's not consistent because you have a person that's in the position of Devin Haney and they say he's the number one welterweight. But yet when you look at the 135 and you take the 3 divisions and the pay-per-view, even though, you know what I'm saying, Terrence Crawford's not a pay-per-view type guy, they'll put Tank Davis above Devin Haney with 3 weight classes, and Devin only has a single division, and he's undisputed. The criteria is different. It's not transparent like it should be. You know what I'm saying? Devin has all the belts, everything that you can get in lightweight division, and they're insinuating that Tank Davis is number 1 and he's number 2. That's confusing. 3 fights in 18 months or so is a pretty good investment in boxing's enjoyment. So options to make Mandos more lucrative. If that is indeed the case, we will have to consolidate Smoke. What promotion are they with? Who are they? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what they got going on. Of course, a belt's supposed to bring some type of monetary blessing, right? Man, this boxing game, you know what I'm saying? It gets crazy sometimes. I'm up here looking at this fight and talking to y'all. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to bring up this UFC card on my PC. Push him or pay him step aside. Exactly. push him or pay him step aside. That's why I'm saying the Mandos don't matter. Look what happened to Stanthionis. Y'all heard anything from? Have y'all heard a peep from Stanthionis? Where is he at? Wasn't he somebody's mandatory? What happened to Stanthionis, man? Tank doesn't have any advantages versus Regis right now. Plus, Ellaby ain't having that shit. That's what I'm saying. They moving him very, very careful, man. Canelo versus Trout is the 4-belt era. That is, but I'm talking about the WBA regular title, the WBA super title. Where was it? In the 4-belt era, why? How come? If you're saying that the WBA didn't have a super title when they fought, why? How can they have a regular title and the super titles? Where's the super title? How can you unify in the 4-belt era off the regular title? It's not even something I'm a budge on. It doesn't matter if it's Canelo or Trout. I know Smoke, very educated with boxing, explain to how they will be unified with the WBA regular title. Did they somebody break in the car and steal the super title when it was parked at the local Macy's? I'm just trying to find out what happened to it. How can it not be one? Did they, retire it for a little bit? Where was the super title? Because that's not a unification like that for Undisputed with the regular title. It's not against Tank versus Regis. I just don't see it happening anytime soon. Probably ever. Maybe once Regis can't make the weight anymore, they'll drain him. Regis is choosing not to move up to 47. That's why the fight between him and Maurice Hooker fell out. Because Maurice Hooker was out the fight. He had an injury, and then he tried to come back and fight a catch weight in between 40 and 47. And Regis said no. I think he tried to actually fight at 47, and Regis said no. Or it might have been a catch weight. Or initially they was going to fight the catch weight. He got injured, and then he wanted to fight at 47 or something like that. I don't know. But I know Regis, he wasn't on board with moving up to 47. So Regis is going to have to make up his mind, man. Like, in order for you to think about being great, like, time is a ticking, big dog. Regis is 33 years old, man. And he's just hanging out in the junior welterweight division, bro. WBSS was a great tournament for boxing. I like it. I like the Super 6 too. Especially when they had Abraham, Koch, Taylor, the goddamn the rail. I like that shit, man. That's how Keith and Danny unified. The regulars upgraded to super for the fight. The regular was upgraded the same way for Yardenas Ugas, but the super wasn't like it was vacant and disappeared. You know what I'm saying? You can elevate somebody from the regular holder, them being the WBA regular champion, to the super champion. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. But they're not holding on to that WBA regular. That's the situation what Yardenas Ugas was in, wasn't it? You can be WBA regular champion and they can elevate you. Yeah, sure. But that doesn't mean you're unifying the division for Undisputed and you're holding the super and you previously was a regular and you're holding both titles now. That doesn't make any sense. What they were before and elevation, it's all about language, that Smoke. It's all about language. Trout might have been the regular, but the super was still there. So if they elevated him for the super, then guess what? He's no longer the regular. If that's how, that's how it's worded out here. They're not going up there to fight for Undisputed and they still the regular champion. They're the previous regular champion. There's no way they can go up there and unify 4-belt era with all the super titles and you have the WBA regular title there. They have to be elevated. So it's all about language, man. Yeah, Andre Ward for sure, Monica. Absolutely. Absolutely. Floyd was a super champ and vacated when Trout was regular. So when Canelo fought him as the WBC, it was a unification. But the regular title was not in the equation. Now language plays another role, Smoke. You said when Canelo fought him at WBC, it was for unification. A unification is not undisputed. You cannot become undisputed with the WBA regular title. And whatever they're doing when Floyd vacated and so, they can elevate somebody from WBA regular to WBA super. They can do that. But they're not gonna sit up here and unify even the division. You're not gonna say, okay, I'm unifying the division. And I have the IBF and the WBO, and I'm a WBA regular. If you cannot become undisputed with the WBA regular, you're not gonna be able to unify with the WBA regular. They will elevate you to the next belt, which is the WBA super. You said unification. I'm saying undisputed. I'm saying undisputed. You cannot be undisputed with the WBA regular title. How's that shit gonna disappear? They can put that on the conveyor belt. They can remove somebody from the WBA super. They can do anything they want. We're talking about language here, man. Correct. That's what I just said. Ugas was elevated. Ugas was elevated. Besputin Pop Dirty. They elevated Ugas. Of course, he was super for the Manny fight. He was elevated. Absolutely, Smoke. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because who was on recess? Who was on recess? And then he was stripped and they wouldn't reinstate him. So that's how Eugenus Ugas came into play, right? That's how Eugenus Ugas came into play, right? Elevated from the regular title to the super title. They did not reinstate Manny Pacquiao. So they gave him a shot at Eugenus Ugas for the title that Keith Thurman used to have, then Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao took a vacation. He was put in recess against the policies for which a fighter should be in recess. Stripped him, elevated Ugas, because people thought he, include myself, I thought Manny Pacquiao was going to be reinstated. Nope. Ugas got the shot, beat Pacquiao, and then Errol Spence came and scooped up the belt. The WBA got elevated after Floyd fought Berto. Then Danny and Thurman unified for the WBA and WBC. They get the smoke. What's going on? Salute to you for pulling up. Salute World Combat Sports. Hey, sis, call me. She must be talking to Monica. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you pulling up, Queen. You know? Appreciate you pulling up. I got to be careful. Like when somebody coming there with Mrs. Sexy, right? We live in a world now where people be playing games. And then they have these ghost accounts, right? See, Monica, she obviously know Mrs. Sexy, right? So I said, okay, Monica knows. But these cats be coming in here. You got some dudes that just be playing crazy ass games, man. You be calling them queen, and they sitting there, oh yeah, I know I'm queen. Yeah. You know, I don't have time for that ghost account shit. But appreciate you pulling up, Queen. No doubt. Oh, that's your sister. Okay. Salute to you. Thanks for pulling up to the WCS Avenue for sure. I appreciate that, Miss Sexy. I appreciate that. Thanks for subscribing. But y'all trying to get me distracted. um, Yeah, what Smoke was saying, hey, bro, I get all that, but man, language is everything. I said undisputed. Early in the chat, I said undisputed. I said you can't become undisputed with the WBA regular. You cannot unify, okay? You cannot sit up here and unify with the WBA regular title. If you're in a position where they can elevate you, they will. Or you won't get the shot, period, for unification. You won't get the shot. You cannot, that WBA regular title cannot be unified. Somebody can be WBA regular champion prior to a unification, and in the process, they will elevate them to the WBA super. But you cannot unify with that regular title. I don't care what anybody else did back in the day and saying that they was previously a WBA regular champion. It doesn't make any difference. They wasn't WBA regular champion when they fought for the unification. They when they fought for a damn undisputed, they won damn WBA regular. Eudenis Ugas, when he fought Errol Spence, he wasn't WBA regular. When he fought Manny Pacquiao, he wasn't WBA regular. Previously, he was, but not at that time. He said the unification is the elevation. They're not going into a unification as the reigning WBA regular title, and they win, right? They win, and that WBA regular title is still attached to them. No, somebody else has that already in the ranking system. It means absolutely nothing when it comes to the equation of putting all these belts together, and they're gonna say WBC Super, the WBA regular, the IBF Super, WBO Super. And then it seems like you're insinuating or implying that it's WBC. Then they elevate you if you're fighting for the WBA. You know what I'm saying? If you're the WBA regular and you're fighting for the unification, if you win, you get the WBA super title. And then you just, the WBA regular is vacated. You can't mesh those titles together like that. The link is down. Champ Ross, what's good? The WBA regular pretty much means you're WBA number one contender. It's a fake belt, guys. That's pretty much what I'm saying. It's not a fake belt because it's still recognized as a championship, Ross. And appreciate you pulling up. It's still recognized. Gervonta Davis fought Jokic Gamboa for the WBA regular at 135. His first fight at 35, he fought Gamboa down here in the A. He fought Mario Barrios at 40 for the WBA regular title down here in the A. That's two divisions. So that belt is not a fake belt, bro. It goes down as Tank Davis being a WBA. Look, it goes down as Tank Davis being a three-weight champion. A three-weight champion. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's legit. It's not a fake belt. It's a fake belt if you're trying to say you're going to unify with it or you're going to become undisputed. Then it's absolutely a fake belt because there's no way you're going to do that. If the three-belt unified champ can fight the regular WBA champ, if a three-belt unified champ fight, the regular WBA champ, he fight will be the super. If the three-belt unified champ can fight, I guess that's the regular WBA champion. The fight will be for the super. So if it's vacant, so you're still fighting for the super title. That's what you're saying? Still, the WBA regular title has absolutely nothing to do with it except position. Once whoever the winner is determined, the WBA regular title has nothing to do with anything. That's all I'm saying, Smoke. It has absolutely nothing to do with it except positioning. If they're in the position to fight and they're gonna fight for um that WBA super title, then the WBA regular title has absolutely nothing to do with that. You just can't say, well, you got a 3-belt unified champ fight, and then you're gonna say, okay, whoever wins becoming the WBA super. That's almost like saying, well, the belt is vacant. You win the WBA super, and you still have the attachment of the WBA regular. It doesn't work like that. You previously had the regular. You previously did, but if you fight for the WBA super, then it's out of the question. You're just in position. You're in the rankings to make that fight happen. I get where you're coming from, but that's not an attachment. Like, that's a position you're in. You fight for it. You get elevated or fight for it or whatever the case. But that WBA regular title, it's not like you're going to say, well, they unified and they're the WBA regular. No, the WBA regular remains. It remains stationary. It doesn't carry forward to the 3-belt unification. It doesn't. It's not even included. If we're talking about a 4-belt undisputed era, none of those undisputed titles up there are claiming or having their cachet the WBA regular title. Them are all super belts we're talking about. You know that, Smoke. You know that, bro. You know it means absolutely nothing when it's talking. It's just a position you in as a regular titleist. Just like Ross said, it's just a position you're in. Once you then answer that bell, that regular title has absolutely nothing to do with anything. It's just like if you have a WBC silver title, it's the same concept, different strokes, different folks. Like Ross just said, the WBC silver title, that's not going to play any type of role when they fight for the unification or whatever. They're not. These are titles that you fight for just to get to the WBC super. You know, you had the Continental, the silver, and all that. Those are titles you just fighting for to get in that position, to shift that gear to become the super champion. If you can't unify it, then what does it really mean? It's all sham for posturing, and that's exact for positioning. So I said posturing, but it's really for both. You know what I'm saying? Positioning, like you said, and posturing, because you are recognized as a champion in that division. You're recognized as a champion, so it has esteem value to it. They still recognize you as a world champion with that regular title, bro. You're still recognized. It may not allow you to freaking become undisputed, you know, with that regular title, because it's just not an equation, or, you know, unified, holding on to that freaking regular title. But I'm just saying, like, it has relevance, man. Yeah, you know that was happening. Let me see where we at right now. Let me take a look at where I'm at on the board. Yeah, Jessica I. So Uriah Hall and Andre Muniz is next. I'm really not going to start talking about this card until it gets probably around Cowboy Cerrone, Jim Miller. Y'all hit the like button if you're in the building. Yeah, the super champ is just going to be UA, right? Unauthorized absence, AWOL. You know what I'm saying? The super champ is just going to be in space somewhere. Hey, I'm going on vacation. I'll be back later. Okay? I'll be back later. Don't worry about me. You have the WBA regular champ. He's going to be in my place, you know. He's the next in line. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Exactly. David Morrell is the WBA regular titleist. He's the one that they're boosting the fight David Benavidez. He's that dude with 7 fights. You know what I'm saying? He can't unify the super middleweight. Canelo has all the belts. It ain't shit he got going on except he hopes to get a shot. And there's no way Canelo's giving him a shot at that WBA title. No way, no how. He ain't getting shit. It don't matter if he's the WBA regular title. He ain't gonna come to a point where they're gonna say, hey, Canelo, you know what I'm saying? You gotta fight David Morrell. You gotta fight David Morrell. The 18 months is a long time. You got to fight David Morrell. Canelo's going to be moved on by then. He ain't paying no sanctioning fees and all that shit for them long extended months. The WBA, regular title is just a beauty belt. You know what I'm saying? It looks good. It's a little drip for the division. That's all. It's legit. But it has its limitations, people. Uriah Hall is on his way to the goddamn cage already. Damn, they moving through this motherfucker quick. Damn, he's all the way to the cage. This is one of the most unique switch kickers in the sport, man. You probably already know his highlight reel when he was in the Ultimate Fighter. That shit was just deafening. Amonic said, WCSD, why the WBA belts even exist? Why the WBA regular title exists? Because just like Floyd Mayweather went on a tangent during Tank Davis's fight week, he believes that boxing has saturated, the sport with belts. They believe, it's belts everywhere. And the only individuals to blame is the ones who are in charge of it. Like, how many belts do you see come up all the time from the WBC and WBA? I mean, it's just belts everywhere. And that's what so many people are talking about. The sport is just saturated with belts. It doesn't mean anything because if a fighter is able to get a belt, right? Let's just say David Morrell. David Morrell is walking around with that WBA regular, right? The belt looks good. I ain't gonna lie. I'll walk around with the WBA regular. The belt looks good. The WBC, the belt looks good. I like the WBA strap. The silver or the continental, it looks good. When those fighters have those belts, they feel important. They feel like they're somebody, man. Seriously, they feel like they somebody. We look at it like, man, that belt don't mean shit to the scheme of things because the only way you're going to unify is that you have the super titles. The only way you're going to unify the undisputed is you have the super titles. But to them, they're walking around legitimate. Like when Rolly Romero won that interim WBA title, he said he was a world champ. Rolly said he did it better and shorter than anybody. You know what I'm saying? He was happy about that interim title. He was happy because it's a belt. Hell no, that shit ain't true. WBA will elevate the fighter before the fight or strip him of the regular title and name the winner their super champ. Yes, one of those has to happen. I'm just saying the fighter's not going to be sitting in that WBA regular position all the way up to the point where Canelo has to fight him. They're going to make some type of changes. We've seen it happen already. We see it happen all the time with the WBA regular. Look, I'm doing multitasking here. I'm not going deep in the manuscript, but we know a fighter is not going to exhaust all those months and hold that WBA regular title. And then Canelo's going to come up and say, they're going to tell Canelo, hey, so-and-so, he's still there, the WBA regular. You got to fight him. No, they're going to do what you said, Mitch. They're going to find a way to elevate him ahead of time or something. It's going to be some switches, man. They're going to put him in there with an opponent and fight. And then, you know what I'm saying? They're going to make some changes. They'll put the rail in there with whoever that's holding that belt or do a title eliminate something. They're going to make some changes. They're going to do something. He's just not going to be sitting there for all those months. And then he's coming up on his freaking shot at the WBA Super. And they be like, give us a little bit more time, okay? We'll call you. Damn, this fight has already started, man. They running through the card pretty good. Let me see if it's even on over here. Smoke said WBA regular has Mandos and gives you the Mando spot for super. Dang, they had me throw them punch in the goddamn first minute. Shit. King Mitch, neither Keith nor Austin was elevated prior. But Smoke, can you attest that they didn't go in there as a WBA regular champion? And if it's the insinuation is there that they went in there as a WBA regular champion, let's just say they won, right? Would they be unified if it was for one belt? Is that even possible? Let's just say they went in there and fought another champion. They was a WBA regular, and they went in there and fought another champion. Let's say the IBF or the WBC. If they win the WBC super title, and they're the current WBA regular titles, are they the unified champion? Are they considered the unified champion at that point? Or are they going to do a transparency during the fight? Well, at the end of the fight, they're going to elevate that fighter. Not to mention, all the rigmarole that comes into play if it's a WBA champion already or whatever the case may be. So if it's no WBA champion and he fighting a WBC champion, so they fight for unification, then I can see how the regular champion can be elevated to super champion in that scenario. But if you're talking about a WBA regular title holder fighting a WBC super title holder, that person that's a regular title holder win, they're not unified. They're not holding the WBA regular title and the WBC. It's not gonna be on the ranking system like that. If it is, please screenshot that history so I can be educated, because I haven't seen that in history of boxing. Because I've been down some alleys and corners, researching this shit. They may be elevated, but there's no way a WBA regular titleist is going to fight a super titleist on either sanctioning body, WBC, IBF, and WBO, and they say they're unified. I haven't seen it. I thought IB was asking if a guy with 3 belts fought the WBA regular titleist. If a guy that's the WBC, IBF, and WBO titleist, and they fought the regular titleist, the WBA regular titleist, first of all, it won't make no sense. But just say they did. What are they getting out of that? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because they're not going to be undisputed. And they're not going to pick up that WBA regular title and say they're undisputed. It doesn't even work that way. It doesn't work that way. What was that article about, IB? Because I can't. I'm up here doing multitasking, looking at this UFC card. Let me see something right quick. There go the link if anybody want to look that up. That link should clear up the confusion. I mean, boxing has a lot of confusing shit to it, just like the franchise belt. It's pretty confusing. I say you can unify. Okay. I say you can unify, but it's different. It's different positions between the WBA regular because it sits beneath the super. The franchise sits above what used to be the super. So the WBC is more like the WBC regular right now. 2 different titles. But yet the WBA super title is not considered the WBA franchise. You know what I'm saying? It's just the WBA super, the WBA regular. The WBA super, you can unify, and the regular you can. Now that the franchise sits in the position of the super, They're trying to tell me you can't unify with the franchise title. And Mauricio Suleiman has placed it in a position just like the super. Then it comes into semantics saying that the sanctioning body all has to agree to it and everything else. But he put it up there above the WBC super title, the former known in that division, because that belt is not even in that position in any other division except the ones who has the franchise belt. Francisco Estrada. That's why Bam Rodriguez is the WBC champion right now, because they want to make a trilogy between Chocolatito and Estrada and exclude Sor Ramfasai out of the equation. So since he fell out the fight with Carlos Kudras, then Bam Rodriguez came in, defeated Kudras, and then defeated Dan Ramfasai. So he's the WBC champion. But the franchise holder and the unified champion is Juan Estrada. Man, they had to clear up this goddamn this ball of yarn for real. You know what I'm saying? Because all I'm doing is sitting up here crocheting this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not the jacket's not looking. One sleeve is shorter than the other. Get the smoke. Trout was listed as a WBA super champ for the Canelo fight. Floyd was listed as the number one contender in both WBC and WBA, according to the article I just read. And that's what I was saying, Mitch. And appreciate y'all for doing your research and dropping this education. This is what I was saying. Trout did not go in there as the WBA regular titleist. It's irrelevant. He didn't contend for that as the WBA titleist, the regular titleist. Just like you said, he was listed as a WBA super. The good positive point is you can be elevated from regular to super. That's within the language and how they have within their standard operating procedures, y'all. They cannot unify with their regular title. It's all about language, man. People try to play hocus pocus with the language. Man, we don't talk damn near an hour on the WBA regular title when we should have been speaking on the franchise, God damn it. Talk about the franchise title. That's what I'm saying. He can fight for the super. He can be listed as a regular and fight for the super. But once that fight is made, he's not going in there. And let's just say he picks up the dub, right? They're not going to say that he's the former WBA regular titleist, now the reigning defending WBA super titleist. No, that regular title is left where it's at. You can be listed all you want. You know, that listing shit is according to when they update it. They can be listed all you want. You can be listed as a regular titleist all the way up to the final 2 hours. But you're going to go in there fighting either as the super titleist or for the super title. Just like freaking Canelo fought Callum Smith. You know, Callum was a WBA champion and WBC was vacant. I mean, it's not like you can't fight for the vacant WBA. You can. They do it all the time, man. People fight for vacant titles. What's going on, Jay Ocho? What's good? Man, I'm off that. Because listen, we're talking about a minute window. We're talking about a minute window if somebody is being displayed as a champion, a WBA regular champion. So when you say go in there, he didn't go in there. What does go in there mean when it comes to him stepping through the ropes? Are they really recognizing that he's the WBA regular titleist? Or are they going to recognize him fighting for the vacant WBA super title? Or that he is the WBA super titleist? Either one of those. It's going to be either one. They fighting for the vacant or that person's going to be elevated. We already know. I mean, We already know that shit happens. Which one is it going to be? Goddamn, Uriah Faber getting beat up a little bit. God damn. Herb Dean like, Uriah, you need to do something. Hold up for a second. It says on this article, it says the WBA determines its mandatory challengers the same way as the IBF. The regular heavyweight champion is this person, and the super title is this person. It is unlikely they will fight each other, and instead will defend their belts, separate belts. Man, this is getting out of control. Thanks for that link there, IB. Thanks for that link. But that's all I'm saying. Like, you're gonna get elevated. Whatever, WBA regular title you're holding, you're gonna get elevated. It's what I'm saying. You're not going in there as a WBA titleist if you're not defending that title. If the WBA regular titleist is going in there to fight for a vacant, okay, cool. You're gonna be the WBA regular title winner or champion. Or you're going in there to defend it. It's gonna be WBA regular titleist going in there to defend his title. Cool. But you go in there and fight IBF, the WBO, or the WBC, and you're the WBA regular champion, that is ever going to happen, then guess what? You're not going to be unified champion at the end of the day. You're not. You're not going to be holding on to the WBA regular and the WBC super. You're not. That's not how. That's dysfunctional when it comes down and understanding how this shit work. It makes no sense for that to be the way it is. That's like how you're gonna word the alphabet when you get to LMNOP. You're gonna say LMNOP or you're gonna say elemental P. I'm just saying, what are you gonna say? Elemental P or LMNOP? It's all little small, minute semantics, man. It comes down to the fine grain of verbal phonetics. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets a little touchy. Did Brandon Figueroa try to unify a regular title and get stripped by the WBA just a few fights ago? How would Brandon Figueroa unify a regular title? How? That if we talking about the Brandon Figueroa who fought Cool Boy Steph, he had the WBC title. He had the WBC title. We talking about the same one. Yeah, Uriah Hall, man, he's looking bad, man. And this is only the second round. And Muniz has already had back control for quite some time now. And Uriah Hall is damn near flattened out. He's about to tap. When you start flailing your feet like that, I don't know, man. He is getting dominated there, Jay. He is getting dominated. Let me Let me see what the other link you just put up there, IB. I don't have never time today, so you put a link in this motherfucker. I'm gonna click on it. These are all the zone links. Are they the only place where you can find criteria about this topic? You know what I'm saying? So a unified champion is one who holds two or more of the major sanctioning body titles, the IBF, WBA, WBC, and WBO. Fury was a unified champion, and Joshua is a two-time unified three-title holder. Undisputed champion is a fighter who holds all four major championship belts, the IBF, WBA, WBC, and WBO. Since the four-belt era began in 2004, there hasn't been an undisputed heavyweight champion. The last undisputed champion in the heavyweight division was Lennox Lewis in November 1999. And we all know that's when he regained his titles from Hasim Rahman, when he defeated Vander Holyfield in a rematch. Before that, Hasim Rahman had taken Lennox Lewis belts too. And women boxing, there are currently 3 undisputed champs. Lightweight Katie Taylor, welterweight Jessica McCaskill, and middleweight Clarissa Shields. It says the WBA has 2 championships, a regular and a super title holder. If a fighter has a WBA title, but then wins the IBF, WBC, and WBO belt, they get moved to WBA Super. And that answers the question. They're not the WBA regular. The regular title then becomes vacant. Exactly. Just like I said, bro. That shit becomes vacant. They're not going in there as the goddamn. They say right here, but then wins either the IBF, WBC, or WBO belt, they get moved up to WBA Super Champion. The regular title then comes vacant for the 2 contenders to compete. So they become elevated to Super Champion, but they don't come in that as a unified champion as the regular WBA champion. The WBA determines its mandatory challenge the same way the IBF. The regular heavyweight champion, yeah, I already read that. Appreciate that article. Appreciate that link, IB. Appreciate that link. That's exactly what I was getting at. You can't go in there. You can't go in there and it don't matter if you use a WBA regular title going in there. What they're trying to say is they're going to elevate you to the WBA Super. So you're not going to have too many times that you have an active reigning defending WBA champion. You know what I'm saying? And you're fighting around them, and they're the super titleists. You're fighting around them. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can fight the WBA and the IBF and the WBO super champions for unification and then come back around and say, hey, I'm still the WBA regular titleist. Now let me know you want to fight there. Super champion. Let me know. I got all the other belts. Man, this shit is just like talking about freaking numbers and money and all the other shit in boxing. It's just too many belts, man, where people have their hands into at the end of the day. You just have their hands in every belt, paying these fees and all that. J8 isn't the white dude who used to wear cornrows. He's been in the game for a minute. When the WBA regular goes into unification, the winner would be super. It's elevation, man. You're right, Smoke. That's elevation, right? You're not going in there as the regular titleist, though. That's a position that you're holding to become super. You're fighting the winner will be super. The winner. But it seems like, later, early in the chat, it was insinuating that, okay, they're going to be the regular title holder and they can go in there and fight for unification. And, if you're going to say Trout was this, who cares what he was before he went in there? It's the fact he's going in there to fight for the WBA super. The regular ain't nothing to do with anything. That's what he was before. That's what he held before. But I appreciate, IB Smoke for that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what we saying. That's just a position they holding to get in there and fight. Correct. The regular goes vacant. The regular goes vacant. The regular goes vacant. They ain't holding the WBC belt and then they're going to be the WBA regular because now that champion has another belt. Fine. I mean, look, I haven't seen it out there, but find another champion that's holding the super title and they're the WBA regular title holder. Find it. It don't make any sense for somebody to be the IBF champion and they're the WBA regular titleist. Find that, please. Because I haven't seen it, man. And I be kicking rocks through these motherfucking streets. These boxing streets. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen a super champion in these sanctioning bodies, the other 3 sanctioning bodies. I haven't seen them be a super champion and they're the WBA regular champion. I haven't seen it. Man, I guess he stopped Uriah Hall. That fight is over. God damn. I know y'all saw Shakur Cook YouTube, dude. Y'all seen that, man. I was talking about it earlier today. How they was trying to say that Shakur is not, he's only talking to certain people. Which I said, pretty much. I said when you get to a certain point, you have the media who you want to communicate with and the ones you don't. You have individuals that's not even media, and they get on there and say what Stevenson isn't doing. Oh man, you're changing. This, that, and the other. If he wants to go in here and he wants to respond to that person, that's him. But it's a non-winning situation because once you respond to one because they said something to you, other people are gonna respond pretty much on the same topic. And they don't have a YouTube channel. They don't have shit. They just want that attention. They want these people to address, just like you see these channels out here, and they'll say so-and-so said this to me, or this fighter hating on me, or this fighter, said don't support my channel. People get off on that shit. You know what I'm saying? People start to get their blood, the pulse start to beat a little faster. They get chill bumps, the hair raised on their neck. They get happy. They say, oh man, they recognize me. I'm just saying. I don't get off on that shit though. I never want a fighter to recognize me for something negative that they think I did. You know what I'm saying? I would want them to recognize me of what's been going on with my picks, them reposting it, shoot me on the DM, showing their appreciation. That's the shit I like recognition for. I'm not gonna make a live stream and say, a fighter came at me for something I said, just to have. I mean, I'll take that back. If a fighter says something and a lot of people are linking up with it, and it was projecting something, like, I always mention how what Charlo said about Blue Blood, unsubscribe, he don't know shit and stuff like that. Now that is to be spoken on because you got to defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to defend yourself in that manner. You got to. You say, when I see you, I'm gonna slap you. Yeah, you got to defend yourself. You got to do a live on that, and you have to defend yourself because that's a bit over the top. Brad Tavares is up next. Okay. Hey, but y'all hit the like button. Appreciate the info. IB Smoke, King Mitch, Monica, all y'all was in the chat. Appreciate the input. Chant Ross that was in here. It's never too late to have a discussion or dialogue about what's out there in boxing. But that I know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Dion Washington. What's good with you? Salute. That I know, man. That regular title, we took over an hour on that motherfucker, dog. And it means shit. It means nothing, dog. All it means is you picked up a world championship. You can't unify with it. You can't come undisputed with it. None of that. Hold on for a second. I gotta take this phone call from. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, we back. We back. Man, I'm gonna beat. I'm busy focused on the UFC 276. There's a pretty good fight going on between Tavares. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about they pretty much in the first round with 35 seconds left, middleweight bout in the clinch. At least Tavares got two underhooks on him though. You know, but man, I saw what you put, Mitch, but that's just the same thing I'm telling you. Like, are you saying that Figueroa was the WBA regular titles and the WBC world champion, and they stripped him before he win the ring because um freaking Cowboy Steph wasn't ranked? It's still the same thing. Like you're not gonna go in there and unify anything with the regular title. Like I have to do this research because some of y'all just be putting some stuff up there. Like I gotta check this stuff up. Like the links that IB sent. I just gotta get some clarification because that doesn't make any sense. From what I'm thinking, you saying is Brandon Figueroa was a WBC and WBA regular titleist. And then, all of a sudden, the WBA stripped Figueroa as he fought to unify his WBC title with Fulton's WBO. That pretty much that's what I'm saying. Like you're not gonna fight as some WBC or super titleist. You fight somebody else, and they still gonna have you as a WBA regular. Like unless the fighter that you're fighting, the shit is vacant. The super title is vacant. The WBA, and you and Stephen Fulton is fighting for the shit. That's the only way that's gonna play out. But that wasn't the case because Fulton, like you said, wasn't ranked in the WBA. This shit can become absolutely crazy. IB said 276 is that time. Yes, sir. They in the second round already. They doing a lot of posturing, man. Nice front kick up the middle by Tavares. He's going to the well again with it. Side kick by Duplessis. Let me try to get the volume up on this shit. Duplessis is throwing them hands though. Duplessis is top heavy. You can tell. That dude is his striking. He's done bloodied up Tavares with that combination too. Another thing I like about MMA, it's no orthodox southpaw. You can switch at will. You know what I'm saying? It's all about what strike you're trying to execute. Nice body kick. Nice body kick. All Tavares have to do is step off to his side when he blitz like that. Meet him with a knee. He can use a flying knee or step off to the side and send the hook. That guy's just coming in straight down the damn front door. He did it again. He's just blitzing through the front door, man. Shut that shit down, Brad. That dude got you bloodied all up doing the same thing. There you go again. Same damn blitz. There you go again. You keep on going straight back to the cage, bro. There you go again. I mean, goddamn, how many times he's gonna do it? You already bleeding. What DC just say? He's really extending himself a lot. He coming there blitzing with his chin up in the air. Damn, Brad is bloody like a Duplessis is top heavy, boy. That dude got some power in them shoulders. That dude got some power in them shoulders, man. And they banging it out in this second round for real. Tavares is tough though. I'm not sure why he keeps on just backing up online. He's a better fighter than this. Dude has busted you up. Your highlights are red. They were blonde. You know, you had some blonde highlights in there. That shit is red now. Dubless just took a deep breath. There he goes again with the bliss. He's breathing hard, man. He's breathing super hard. His mouth is open. You know, he's predicting that he's going to blitz in again. Just catch him with that. Oh, question mark kick by Tavares. You should have tried to land that instead of just posturing with it. You know what I'm saying? You rarely see a question mark kick thrown that lightly, too. You know, nice front kick. Mitt say, shit weird though, because apparently Figueroa was the WBA regular and WBC world champion at the same time. Like I said, I have to look at it. I have to look at that. Yeah, I have to look at that because I haven't seen anybody this WBA regular, and then they are super champion in another division. And then if Figueroa was, I have to look it up when that was actually the case. That's all. Boxing be taking us through a maze. It does, man. All this damn belt system. We spent damn near an hour on the WBA regular title, which isn't nowhere important to the ones who are considered the super. But then we spent, time speaking about the franchise, which they're trying to make the franchise title a seniority belt. You know, they back in the third round. Brad's gonna have to do something with this, man. He's gonna have to switch it up. Nice 1-2 down the middle for Duplessis. I mean, they standing there and just going, mano and mano, shot for shot. That's why it's blood everywhere for Tavares. I mean, he might be at adrenaline level where he's unwilling to change. Nice left hand lands for Duplessis. Nice trade right there between both fighters. Head kick lands for Tavares, but it wasn't enough on it. Both of these guys trading kicks. Low calf kick by Duplessis. Left hand is blocked. Nice 1-2 lands for Duplessis. Vars need to move his freaking head, man. Damn, you bloody down him off. Man, he lands another 1-2, man. That thing is laser. Oh, he tried to zip it up with the left hook that time. There you go again with a blitz. Tavares just backs out, reset. This would be the perfect time to counter that instead of going straight back to the cage. That'd be a perfect time. Oh, he tried it. He tried the knee. People don't trying to act like I don't know what I'm looking at. He tried that knee. Oh boy, look, oh boy didn't he didn't blitz all the way in. See, he just did it. 1, 2, 3 kick. But before, Tavares thought about throwing that knee, and he didn't come in that time. Oh, spinning back fist, man. Oh man, nice. Spinning back fist lands, man. For Duplessis. 235 remaining in the fight, man. These guys have been throwing absolute leather. Their punches are angry. They have been throwing some angry punches, man. Oh man, front kick to the face, man. He's just not putting a lot on it, but it landed. He just didn't put a lot on it, Brad Tavares. Man, give it up to Duplessis, man. Duplessis cardio is just sick. This dude mouth has been open damn near for 2 rounds already. This dude got some motherfucking lungs, man. He's been breathing heavy for the duration of the fight. He's still throwing combinations. This dude got some dog, man. Both of these fighters. Oh, man. Left hand. Oh, he hits him with a 1-2. Brad has a chin. Or this, man, low calf kick. This dude is getting his damn swag back in the damn third round. Like, he has blood wearing that crimson mask like it's on sale, dog. Look. Oh, man. 4-punch combination lands by Duplessis. Oh, he lands again on Brad. He's making him wear it now. He's making him wear it now. He's painting the canvas with Brad's goddamn blood for real. Somebody called the Red Cross. 20 seconds remaining. He might have broke his nose. Oh, another right hand lands. Brad ate that. Left hand lands. 7. Oh, he lands a knee. Damn, good chin, man. Man, you ain't gonna give the man a hug, Brad. He just beat your ass, shawty. You didn't win this fight. I don't know why you got your hands up. You did not win this fight, Brad. Damn. What y'all thought about that fight, man? God damn. Let me check that out there, Mitch. Let me check that out right quick. Like, Brandon Figueroa is 1 win away from unifying 2 titles in 122. Okay, that's to beat WBC and WBO. WBA informed Figueroa with intention to strip the unbeaten Texas of the WBA World Junior Featherweight belt heading into his next bout. Figueroa due to face Philadelphia's Stephen Fulton. They said the WBA informed Figueroa 22-0 of its intentions to strip the unbeaten Texan of the WBA World Junior Featherweight belt. Uzbekistan, Akhmadaliev, MJ, whatever, is the current WBA Super 122 edition holding the IBF. So I guess you can be a champion, a super champion, and be the WBA regular titleist from this article. And this article was posted in 2021. So Brandon Figueroa was, let's see, due to Philadelphia and a WBC WBO title unification. So Figueroa was the WBA regular titleist. And of course, MJ was the Akhmadaliev was a super titleist. Other sanctioned body does not recognize secondary titles as a part of unification. Exactly what I've been saying the entire damn 3 hours we've been talking about this shit. Leaving Figueroa to put his WBC title on the line while aiming for Fulton's WBO. So it doesn't matter if you're the WBA regular titleist or not. They don't recognize the shit. It has no relevance in the unification of super titles. Figueroa won the WBC belt in a 7-round knockout of unbeaten Luis Nery with his WBA world title not at stake for the contest. So I stand corrected that as a boxer, you can be a super champion and hold the world title, the world championship for the WBA regular title. So, appreciate that link there, Mitch. And it's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's a bullshit. It's so confusing. You can be a WBC or you can be an IBF or WBO champion, but you have an actual WBA super champion. And see, this is I was saying in the beginning. You can't be a regular titleist and they consider that a unification. You know what I'm saying? Like you're WBC and you're fighting for another super title while you're the WBA regular titleist. So that's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about you can't unify a division as a WBA regular titleist. But I don't know with that article. The article seems like if Cowboy Steph would have been ranked in the WBA, would have been different? Would they have stripped him? Because Akhmadaliev was a super champion. I don't know how they would have looked at that. I don't know how they would have looked at that. Real talk. I'm not sure how they would have looked at that. If Cowboy Steph was ranked in the WBA, would have been different. I don't know, but you still can't unify and have the damn WBA regular title. That I knew. That what I was sure about. You can't unify two supers and be WBA regular. I don't think. Oh my God, man! I'm kind of done talking about that bullshit. I need to get some goddamn compensation for that time. Shit's weird though, because apparently Figueroa was the WBA regular and the WBC world champion at the same time. That's what it seems like they were saying. And Akhmadaliev was a super champion. You know what I'm saying? WBA regular wasn't in line when Figueroa stopped Nery and won the WBC. It wasn't. But still, at the same damn time, you can be a super champion and still hold the WBA regular. So when he stopped Nery, he picked up the WBC and he was still the WBA regular, which I didn't think that was possible. But until he fought to unify two super belts, they stripped him. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have made a damn difference if he was facing Akhmadaliev, but he was facing Cowboy Steph for the WBO, and they stripped him of the WBA for what you said, Mitch, because he wasn't even ranked in the sanctioning body. Boxing. Listen, fellas, the other sanctioning bodies, the WBC, WBO, and IBF, only regard the WBA regular if the WBA super is vacant. That's when the elevation comes into play. That's understandable. That's when elevation comes into play. But I was assuming, from my perception, the way Smoke was saying is that, As a WBA regular titleist, you go in there as the regular titleist for unification. And I didn't think that was the case. But I get it. I understand that, if the WBA is vacant, I mean, that's obvious. That's obvious because we already seen the shit play out in real time recently and plenty other times. If it's vacant, yeah, that's obvious. You're gonna get elevated, of course. But I was speaking more so like as a WBA regular titleist, you can't go up here and become unified with the WBC, IBF, and WBO and still be the WBA regular titleist. Or you may be. I don't know. I don't know, man. If they ranked across the board, I don't know. Speaking of Duplass, have you ever heard of John Super D Duplass, 43, in New Orleans great? He fought Julio Cesar Chavez back in the day. My uncle went to school with a family. Let me look him up right quick. Let me look him up. John Duplass. Duplessis. Let me look him up. Seem like I'm in boxing, goddamn. I'm going for my boxing doctorate today, goddamn it. Okay, a brother too. Shit. Let me check him out. Let me see. From New Orleans. Okay. Hmm. He fought Julio Cesar Chavez when Chavez was 73-0, y'all. He fought him back in March 1991 when Julio Cesar Chavez was 73-0. Wow, man. Appreciate the drop there, Monica. I just learned something new of another boxer. You know what I'm saying? This dude fought Chavez Sr. when he was 73-0, y'all. God damn. He stopped him in the fourth round, though. But the fact he fought him when he was 73-0, that is wild, man. Dude had 40 victories, 3 defeats, and 26 knockouts. Who else did he fight? I want to assume that was the biggest name that he stepped in there with from looking at his resume. You know what I'm saying? 73-0, then 0-10. Yeah, that was the biggest name on his resume. 73-0. God damn. Appreciate that info, Monica. No doubt. And you said, hold up. Oh, your uncle went to school with his family. All right. With a family of his. That's cool. That's cool. He fought that man when he was 73-0. That's history. Is he still alive? Is John still alive there, Monica? The super champion is highly regarded as the WBA's primary. Man, y'all beating this motherfucker down, boy. look. We already walked the horse out the pasture, right? And it's been on his side for a long ass time. Y'all keep on goddamn antagonizing that motherfucker. Y'all dropping cinder blocks on it. Damn. Y'all done got a WBA brand and branded it. Shit. Say the super champion is highly regarded as the WBA primary champion, while the world champion, commonly known as the regular champion by boxing publications, only considered the primary champion. So the WBA regular champion is considered the primary champion when you're talking about language. Okay. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I appreciate that. by boxing publication, is only considered the primary champion by the other three major sanctioned bodies if the super title is vacant by the regular title. Ain't shit. It ain't shit. Like I was saying, like it doesn't matter if you go into a unification with that title. You see, they stripped Brandon Figueroa. I mean, I just can't see. I just can't see what sense it make for a fighter to have two other super titles and they're WBA regular titles, unless they got something planned for them to fight for the WBA title. You know what I'm saying? If something's planned to either strip the WBA titleists, the super titleists, or that person is in the process of vacating, I don't know. A regular title don't get you undisputed. I guess that's called a primary. The other sanctioning bodies consider that a primary title. Let me see. The WBA, the super champion is highly regarded as the WBA's primary champion. So they consider the super champion as a primary champion, while the world champion is coming on as a regular. Okay, so yeah, it's the regular. And regular never stood out at all. You know what I'm saying? Regular never really stood out at all. You know what I'm saying? When people tell you, hey, man, I got the primary shit, the super shit, I got the motherfucking regular shit. Which one you want? You want that regular? That regular, we can get you for the low. We can get you that regular for the low. The prices are good right now. You want that regular? Now you ain't gonna stay high as you want to be, but it's gonna get you right. You know what I'm saying? That shit affordable too. A regular title don't get you undisputed. Good question, although. Yeah, I'm just curious if he's still alive yet. Because he stepped in there and fought Chavez Sr. when he was 73-0. Jesus. Let me see who else did he fight after that. Let me see. Who did he fight after that? So the next fight is on deck. So John Duplessis, he fought 73, some 4, some 5, 6, 70, 8, 9, 80. Man, Chavez Jr. Man. He fought Hector Camacho too. At that time, all the way up to he fought Frankie Randall again. You know what I'm saying? These guys, one thing they was doing, they was fighting these fighters more than once. He fucked around and fought Frankie Randall again in a rematch. Let's see. He fought him in 92, beat him in the 4th round knockout. And then he stepped in there in 94 and fought him again and lost a split decision. Then he turned around. This is where, that Mexican blood and like that Canelo Triple G shit. He turned around and fought Frankie Randall again in April. May of 94. He fought him in January 94, lost. That was his first loss. And then he went right back in May and avenged that loss. Well, that Mexican style, boy, shit, man. They weren't playing around. They said, hell no, you stop my street, fuck that. I'm getting that shit back. Man. Oh, Gary and Green on deck, man. This guy's pressuring right off the back. You know what I'm saying? Green has a lot of pressure coming. Nice high kick by Gary. So he's getting the pressure. So he's a tall, rangy guy. Oh man, you see that smooth inside calf kick? Nice. Very nice. That'll slow him down. That'll slow him down. See how he giving those foot feints? It's almost like he's trying to set him up for that high kick. He's just trying to get his timing down. Tall fighters. Both of them are tall. Oh, he still is. I might want get try to set up an interview with you, Monica. You have to hit me on the IG. I don't know how close. Are you close with him or not? Is he able to? I mean, is nah. I don't know. He might be at a point where shoot, they don't even want to do no interviews like that. Let me see. Cause them old OGs, man, they ain't be trying to goddamn get on YouTube and do no damn interviews and try to log in to people's shit. Nah, they ain't trying to do that. Let's see. I was trying to find some more research on them. So they're gonna turn over, and this is the last fight on the prelims. They're gonna then switch it over to the pay-per-view. He's pressuring. Green is pressuring. He's being patient. Oh, nice shot to the solar plexus by Green. Man, Gary comes off with that 3-punch combination. He tried to zip it up with a high kick. Man, he remind me of Stefan Struve a little bit, man. He's tall and lanky with his kicks. Tall, he fights real tall. He already blooded up Green for standing right there in front of him. You know what I'm saying? These are 4-ounce gloves, bro. You're pressuring him, but yet you're not using no freaking kicks to get in. You just standing right there in front of him. Use some kicks or something. What was that? I'm telling you, he keep on following this guy. With all that range and length he got, man, he's gonna get caught with a kick, man. Or a step in elbow, something. He's showing it. Nice long jab, man. High kick. I know it's coming. High kick or flying knee, one of those. Nice left hand, straight left hand by Green. That was people. You see that high kick? I told you he was trying to set him up for that freaking high kick, man. He peppered him with those dang punches, and then set him up with the high kick. Good shit, man. Nice. That's good. This is a good fight. Good fight. I know you're talking MMA, but Joe George food. Oh, tell me about the fight there, Dion. Tell me what you mean by that. They go the link, man. Because I'm not looking at that fight. Are you trying to tell me Joe George isn't doing so well? Um, no, not me. I don't know him like that, but maybe my uncle could. I'll check out. Oh, okay. I mean, if it was too much trouble, I was just curious because he did step in there when, they say he was 73 and oh. and that was this obviously his biggest opponent on his career back then. You know what I'm saying? That would be interesting. I'm pretty sure he got some, backstory to that. Yeah, Gary's nice, ain't he? Gary's nice, man. He remind me of Stephen Shrew when he came on this team. 170 got a few upcoming, something new for Usman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I can tell you right now, Usman will go down, get in close to this guy. Usman getting in close on Green. He stands there too much. Usman's a wrestler, and he's worked on his boxing. So this guy wouldn't be able to sit there and posture like that against Usman. I told you, trying to catch him with that damn flying knee on a high kick, a flying knee. That's what you can line him up with if you got a pressure fighter who's standing right there in front of you. You right there in front of him, but you're not doing anything though. Told you, trying to line him up with that head kick. He just missed, man, with that right head kick. Good sportsmanship. You rarely see a fighter call, tell the ref, hey, I poked him in the eye. He sure did get him though. Damn. Then round 2, 3:55 remaining in the second round. Christian Hammer was piecing him up, but wasn't in a hell of a lot of shape. Okay. All right, right. All right. Damn. But he ended up picking up the win, right? Both fighters in the clinch, man. You know what to look for in the clinch. Over unders. He has an over under with a body lock. Both fighters really, switching for position. Oh, nice sweep. Nice sweep to full mount. He's in trouble. Green is in trouble. This guy, I don't know what his ground game is. I'm about to see. But he has top control. He was able to get the sweep, the inside leg sweep to full mount. And let's see what his ground game. He gave it up. So let's see. Man, turn of events here. Oh, he picks him up. He's trying to ride him out, get back control. He was trying to rush it, man. What they say in grappling? Position before submission. He should have just tried to, just lock in that position, do some ground and pound, and then work for the submission. 155 remaining in the second. This guy is super tall, man. He's there for the leg sweeps. He's super tall. Man, what a high knee. Wow, that dude is landing some long shots, man. This dude arms is like little 50 cals, man. Gary. Gary is very surgical and accurate with his punches. He steps in there with Kamaru Usman like this, he gets knocked out though. It's unfortunate. His style is to fight like a tall guy, right? A tall fighter. Sometime in mixed martial arts, you need to fight short, just so you wouldn't get set up with some of the counter shots a tall fighter can get set up with in mixed martial arts. He's just trying to be a rangefinder right now when he's getting away with it because Green is not holding him accountable. Green is just he's trying to turn up. Green is trying to turn up the Green is limited on his leg kicks. He's just a stand-up striker, man, right now. Man, solid body kick by Gary. You see how he's fighting like a tall fighter? His chin is up in the air. He's punching erect. He's trying to get every bit of range and inch out his punch as he possibly can. Oh, see what I told you? He got caught with a left hand, man. He almost got dropped, man. If Green would have had any more power, because he's sitting there up against the cage, he's fighting super tall. In mixed martial arts, that doesn't necessarily mean that's smart. To fight super tall, it doesn't mean that's smart. You gotta fight short sometime, tall. It all depends on what data you collecting from your opponent. If he fight Kamar Usman like he's doing Green, he's gonna get knocked out, man. Or he's gonna get taken down and submitted. Because one thing we know about Kamar Usman, his wrestling is on point. Yes, he won fourth round KO. Okay. So Christian Hammer wasn't in the best of shape, so fatigue led to the knockout. Appreciate that info, man. Dion always be keeping me up to date on this fight shit, especially when I be on the road. I appreciate your brother. Real talk. I'll see you later, family. Blessings. Hey, thank you for pulling up, Monica. Have a nice one. Have a nice one. Tell a friend who know a friend. Yeah, Gary's striking is different. But if he mess around, man, and continue to post up against the cage the way he's doing, that's bad for a tall fighter. That's really bad. Oh, he caught him. He caught him. I like how he secured that right arm. Man, that was too easy. He need to work on that. That was too easy for Green to get back to his feet after he had hurt him. He could have just worked for a submission right off the back. He was hurt. Oh, nice sweep. Nice sweep. That's a lot of energy trying to pick that tall dude up now. Come on now. You actually gonna try to jump on the back? Oh, that's that dude is like a freaking goddamn overgrown. This dude tried to hop up on the back. Dude is too tall, man. Oh, nice high knee. Left hand. Gary is very strategic with his striking, though. I commend him on that. He just needs to work on his ground game, just work on his volume a bit more. Cause you stand around like this, oh, spinning elbow. He tried to land a spinning elbow. Good shit. You try to stand like this with Kamar Usman, who can wrestle and has punching power. It's gonna be night night. I'll be back through when the main event. So I'm trying to set up my pay-per-view. Damn, I didn't know they was gonna run the prelims all the way up to 10. Damn, Cowboy Cerrone about to fight. I could have sworn they was damn ending this shit at 9 o'clock and then turn it over to the main event. I mean the main card. And Cowboy Cerrone look like he aging in front of us, man. Damn. He always in shape though, but man, he's super thin. He can fight though. Man. He has the most wins in UFC history. I mean, he's on the list for most wins in UFC history. Whoever win this fight will be the all-time winner. Damn, that's special. Both of these guys have a lot of fights. I told you their record was damn near similar. That's one thing about Cowboy. He always looked like he's in the running, like he always looked like he coming to the fight. most of the time on his shit. We'll see once they get warmed up, though. Wow, Jim Miller taps out Cowboy Cerrone, man. And we're talking about that's off a strike that actually landed. It would have pretty much put down the average fighter. But, he lost his footing. Jim Miller gained top position. They scramble, changed positions back and forth. And just a little bit of complacency by Cowboy Cerrone. And that's one thing Jim Miller has. Him and his brother has that guillotine. Damn. He locked that joint in tight. I thought Cowboy was going to be able to get out of it for a second. But that's not the case, man. Damn. So next is Brad Riddle and Jalen Turner. This should be interesting. Y'all in the building, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. All this spam and trash in here. They go haywire with the spam. Jim Miller become the most winningest mixed martial artist ever in the UFC. Man. See what Jim Miller got this. So Cowboy Cerrone has retired again. So let's just hope this is permanently. You know what I'm saying? And he is getting movie deals or what have you in Hollywood. So it's good for him not to take too much more punishment. Even though he didn't take too much this fight right here, but he's only, slowing down and getting much older. So shout out to a legend in Cowboy Cerrone for a a superb career. Him and Jim Miller, to be honest. Him and Jim Miller. So salute to them Warriors for stepping in the cage and giving us all that experience over the time, giving the fights, making it entertaining. Some was wins, some was losses. But man, salute to them for putting in that work and they will be future Hall of Famers. You know what I'm saying? They definitely would be future Hall of Famers. Real talk. I can tell you right now, man, it's only 2 likes in here. Y'all must not like mixed martial arts, but you will in the future. You know what I'm saying? You will in the future. It's gonna come a time where you can just have to take a step to the side, dip over there and see what mixed martial arts going over. Dip back over the boxing, see what it has going on. It don't have to be a permanent change, but hey, MMA ain't going nowhere. Christian Hammer took a knee. Oh my goodness. So what's up next should be Brad Riddle 10-2 against Jalen Turner 12-5. And then we get to the heavy hitters. Of course, the main card. The first fight is going to be Pedro Munoz against Sean O'Malley. That's going to be the first fight on the main card. Hello, 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 hello. And David Banner, what kind of hairstyle is that? What the? What is going on here? I think this is going to be the last fight of the prelims. The last fight of the prelims. Man, y'all hit the like button, man. I don't know how many people's in here early. I only have 2 likes. Y'all just being disrespectful when it comes to mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? This is actually going to be a good fight. This is going to be a good fight. Turner against Riddle. This is a lightweight bout, contending at 155 pounds. Turner has a little bit more height on him. Very tall, rangy fighter. Let me see if Riddle going to be able to figure it out. Get in close, you know. Oh, nice right hand, left high kick. Okay. I like how he stacked them. Working for a submission already. They both dry too. He have a topside guillotine attempt. Man, Riddle's fighting it. It's locked in. Oh, he taps. He locked that in quick, tight. Damn, Turner. Jalen Turner is seeming to be the truth, man. This brother locked in that nicely. He won a title shot against Charles Oliveira. Lands the right hand, comes back around, sends that left high kick. Boom, left high kick, misses with that. Riddle tries to get it back, turns him. He's not even in full mount. He locks that up when he's not even, in full mount, man. Respect that man's ground game. He arches the back. Man, that's a tight choke. Tight choke. Good shit, man. That's good stuff. Real talk. That was a quick fight, but a lot went on, especially, with him being one of the rising names in the UFC. He wants that title shot. That's the last fight that's going to be on the prelims, and next is the main card, which is pay-per-view. And the first fight is going to be Pedro Munoz and Sean O'Malley. I'll stop back by in about 5 minutes. We are still waiting for the main card to come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of why I should keep this live up or not. Because people elsewhere kicking cans and goddamn getting drunk. I'm waiting on this news to drop. No. See what they talking about. It's already past the hour. They probably come in like 15 after. You know how the UFC do it. Man, what are you doing? I'm about to come back on.